social unrest, the state might be able to go. Jim Kelly calls energy prices avoid social unrest. This is kind of familiar. Chairman Furry called for the energy price cap to avoid social unrest. Household energy costs could triple in Germany as Russian gas supplies dwindle. Officials in the sector said, and one company representative raised the possibility of social unrest unless there is a cap on prices. In an interview with the R&D newspaper group published on Thursday, Cops Mueller, head of the Federal Network Agency, regularly urged consumers to reduce consumption and set aside money. And in an interview with others, the head of the municipal works at Chemnitz, one of the 900 city-owned public companies that are a major part of Germany's energy landscape, was credit. He should be down to it. We must backed up. Okay. Back to the report here. You're facing the biggest crisis the country has ever had. You have to be honest and say, first of all, we will lose the prosperity that we have had for years. 10 years over the edge of the Confederation of Germany and Soviet civilization. Revenues like those tax giving prosperity. France, meanwhile, is being forced to turn off its street lights at night because the energy grid is failing. France's nuclear reactors has 25% of power are operating. Factory power prices jumped 18% to 500 euros a megawatt hour, the highest weekly closed on
sometimes agree with they can really there's my so-called bullshit experts talk about the way up. Where it's just the thinking is that these things that have a possibility that maybe we do to address them. But I believe that there are two less a bad one and a good one. Yeah. You know, comfort moment. The bad West first by the police and hurt of the customers. And the company appears to see them as given the slaves under electricity. The overall is genuine. Have and unchangeable institution. The good West consists of ordinary individuals and parents. The leading employees of the national government, Russell, admits to the leading profits of both cooperation with the against another the mischievous thinking apparently without less climbing and doing while the business is slowly challenging the status quo of the wrath of the national leaders. Mr. Putin's nature appears to be that of the government of the protests in the Western countries. He would in fact bring about a transformed Kremlin West. As to if the bad left, why should we this report notes that the left in their times, so-called Russian experts, didn't need to speculate about the business thinking. That's all they had to do was listen to all the correspondence from Blair, who yesterday actually a large part of the Western population living standards are stagnating. Western politics is in turmoil. Partisan, ugly, unproductive, and fueled by social media, we are coming to the end of Western political and economic dominance. That's if the good West so challenging the status quo of the ground of nationally oriented leaders. Again, this so-called Russian expert didn't need to speculate about principal business thinking, and all she had to do was reiterate leftist looking for the article. It's not just us. Western democracies are fragmented. Blinded confidence on Western peoples are filling out all the established political parties and putting nationalists in charge. Our truthful facts causing Sky News period to lament about the leftist Western political order. There's a dip in media silence on the local protests. Let's think of this. More back.
Doing this.
Okay, well, that was recently and dangerously foreign policy blog has refused to come to grips with its new reality. This explains the increased tensions in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, and the biggest loser is the collective West. Breaking through what's recording the media's silence about true things, this report continues. It was just published article. Republicans freak out as Ukrainian-born GOP colleague trash talks against scheme. This is extra my stack of stuff this morning for the show, and I didn't get to it. I didn't get to it tonight. Let's take a look. House Republicans are seriously regretting giving Ukraine-born GOP representative Victoria Sparks a platform to speak on the war after she started lobbying intense criticism of President Volodymyr Zelensky and his administration. Oh no! She's gonna spill beans! Shocking rare reviews last weekend from the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry, which said she was trying to earn extra political capital on baseless speculation. According to political Republicans within the GOP conference have widespread fear, visible, that her outspoken posture will damage U.S.-Ukraine relations. Maybe the Biden administration, the current powers that be are, but this is basic. We really understand what's going on in Ukraine. So we probably have to better cool on that, and it's not going on again. So I'll put the posture of the Ukraine relations. And at the magazine of their party, which has been growing opposite to the U.S. support of the Ukraine war, point to Sparks' comments as to which, let me read that again, and the magnet of their party, Trump, as the good opposite to the U.S. support of the Ukraine war. Overnight election, not at all. One month from the law, the way we tend to consider Sparks, who has traveled to Ukraine about 6 times, have released a statement earlier this month calling on Zelensky to stop playing politics in history and certain government to better support the military and local government. She also accused President Joe Biden of playing politics and said that he needs to represent a clear strategy and align security assistance with our strategy. Lastly, she called on lawmakers to establish proper oversight of critical infrastructure and delivery of weapons and aid, a concern shared among progressives over the possibility of the weapons that end up in the wrong hands. Extraordinary statement comes after Representative Victoria Sparks, Republican of Indiana, provided a Congress on years-old allegations against Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and staff, Andre Yermak. Earlier this week, the president lawmaker also blamed both Biden and Zelensky for their approach to the ongoing war, irritating officials in both countries. One anonymous GOP lawmaker who serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee told Politico her naiveness. Shouldn't be upset for naivety. It's hurting our own people. Adding it is not helpful to what we're trying to do, and I'm not sure the facts are accurate. We have vetted these guys. I'm sure they have. Another senior House Republican who spoke on condition of anonymity simply said, "What the fuck?" Hey, you know, I like it. Straight up. Pan Express, a third House Republican granted anonymity to speak candidly about what it said. She has reputation with capital overweight and meeting with debates. She doesn't go after it. Like the Foreign Affairs man from the appointment that tries to address the comments behind closed doors. The Biden administration is even getting involved. Sorry for reporting. Sparks' comments may damage the future among Western coalition independents of Kiev. The Foreign Affairs Committee aide, speaking on conditional anonymity, said that the Intelligence Community is planning to restart about proposals caused by respond to the ground up in South Carolina has cooperated with Smart Bomb members of the Ukrainian Ukraine. Leaders of the Zelensky government and Ukrainian people who live in the home. It has been our national security interest to stand with Ukrainian people in their elected leadership. Starts defending yourself with the local statement. Growing up in Ukraine is just 6 times since the war started. I have a comprehensive understanding of the situation on the ground. Adding, the stakes are too high to be reactive without deliberation as intended for our situation. So, about the Ukraine born U.S. Congressman Victoria Sparks, the truth is, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appointed his childhood friend, former television producer Ivan Bakanov, to the SBU Intelligence Service. If an SBU Intelligence Service model has been determined not to have that force has been terrorized, entire nations during World War II. Kidnap, abduction, torture, and some of the execution. But what was the SBU forces stormed into the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv with the number of women in the cars that index compromised Vladimir Putin to the dire war. Fire citizens of the city to be careful. Do not receive summonses. Do not stay at the registration addresses where you can be easily found. If possible, leave the city for the liberated territory. If no possible, stock up on food and water and also find the safest place in the conditions of hugging, raffles, and those unprepared. We have taken the city populating the city populating are leaking. People are eating and dropping in private Russian federal security service. Entered the Moscow region through checkpoints in the past 24 hours. In response to this terror, it was then reported last evening Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has fired Prosecutor General of the Arena and the head of the country's top security agency, Ivan Bakanov, citing allegedly rampant treason in the services. And in his dramatic announcement, President Zelensky claimed that a large number of staffers at the SBU were working with Russia and stated, as of today, 651 criminal cases have been registered on high treason and cooperation activities of employees of the prosecutor's office, pre-trial investigation bodies, and other law enforcement agencies. Interesting. I wonder if any of that might happen here too. Thinking out loud. That President Zelensky continues to mass curse against his own Ukrainian government. This report includes top Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov stated this morning, "I don't have any doubts that such a military operation will be over once all its goals are achieved. There is no clear time frame, and the main thing is the effective implementation of this operation." A statement that followed CEO Kathy Wood of the Pentagon's main weapons supplier, Northrop Grumman, currently warning the West doesn't have the stockpile of weapons needed to sustain a prolonged military campaign in Ukraine or elsewhere. A warning now joined by Swedish police, sounding the alarm. Western anti-tank weapons sent to Ukraine are ending up with criminal gangs in Sweden. This morning, Defense Minister said James O'Neill ordered military commanders to make Western orbital supply long-range weapons their primary target. In immediate response to this order, Deputy Defense Minister Syrian People's Republic declared no matter how much the West supplies weapons to the Ukrainian military, they will either be captured or destroyed. In the latest urgent war bulletins issued by the Ministry of Defense, it seems the most notable of them being a warehouse for Harpoon anti-ship missiles supplied to Ukraine by NATO. The countries was destroyed with Russian high-precision long-range missiles at an industrial site in Odessa. A U.S.-made HIMARS launcher and resupply vehicle were also destroyed near Krasnoyarsk in the Donetsk People's Republic. got to throw out a little bit if you can take Russia and look at a couple of things you think the way they might say it. So, it sounds like I really do. The first Polish crab, KRAB, self-propelled howitzer supplied to the Kiev regime, was destroyed in Ukraine. 5 precision Russian air-launched missiles hit a temporary deployment point for mercenary of the so-called Ukrainian Foreign Legion. Ukrainian Foreign Legion. Interesting. In the village of... Konstantinovka. Right. Up to 250 foreign fighters, 7 armored vehicles, and 12 special vehicles were destroyed. Russian high-precision weapons destroyed up to 60 nationals at the point of deployment in the Cherskay region. Russian military, as part of a counter-battery fight, hit 2 batteries of the Yurgan multi-launch rocket systems and 3 platoons of the Grad MLRS. In total, since the beginning of the special military operation, the following Ukrainian targets have been obliterated by the Russian military forces: 275 aircraft, 122 helicopters, 1,564 unmanned aerial vehicles, 356 anti-aircraft missile systems, 4,099 tanks and other armored combat vehicles, 759 combat vehicles of multiple launch rocket systems, 3,157 field artillery pieces and mortars, and about 4,400 units of special military vehicles. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. Did they get all that stuff themselves, or is it? I think it was Khashoggi or something. That's what I'm talking about. The top answer is something else. Let's take a summary and analysis.
Hello, my dear friends. You are listening to the Samaro channel, and we will discuss the situation in Ukraine on the 7th.
Okay, this guy takes forever. I'll give you a link to the whole article here. We'll get on it. There is a deafening media silence on global protesting. Let's take a look at this issue. We spoke with us last week. She's like, Dr. Palmer. Okay. Well, we already did that one. Peter Lavelle, crosstalk, end of unipolarity. That should be interesting.
It's cold outside.
Welcome to Crosstalk, where all things are considered on Peter Lavelle. Washington's unipolar moment ended years ago. Unfortunately and dangerously, the foreign policy bloc has refused to come to grips with this new reality. This explains the increased tensions in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. And the biggest loser is the West. To discuss these issues and more, I'm joined by my guest, Glenn Giesen in Oslo. He's a professor at the University of Southeastern Norway. The total author of the book, Russophobia, Propaganda in International Politics. And America actually crossed to RJ, who's an award-winning journalist and commentator. All right, you're going to cross down books in America. That means you can jump anytime you want, and I always appreciate it. All right, let's start out with Glenn in Oslo. You and I were in contact before we started this recording, and you decided the topic on the unipolar moment. Well, much to my surprise, Tony Blair, the former British Prime Minister, who gave a big speech about dominance of the West is coming to an end. So what an interesting collision of perfect storms here. First of all, our audience, what is meant by the unipolar moment, unipolarity? What does that mean?
I guess it's a major story of the time. That's when the Soviet Union collapsed, the world became unipolar. This means that there was only one center of power in the world. That's during the Cold War, they were bipolar in 2 centers. Now, in the unipolar order, we only have one center, which is the United States, which organizes the West as a collective hegemony. So this really emerged 30 years ago as the Soviet Union collapsed, and again, preserving the unipolar distribution of power became the foundation for U.S. security strategy. So the idea was that as long as the U.S. maintained its global hegemony, then there would be no rivalries between the great powers, and this was therefore referred to as a unipolar peace or a hegemonic peace agreement. So the problem is what many academics point out, which was the unipolar moment would unavoidably be temporary because first of all, it would exhaust U.S. resources to dominate the world. But second of all, because maintaining U.S. dominance would depend on preventing the rise of other centers of power. One would expect that countries such as Russia, China, India, Brazil, and others would increasingly cooperate with each other to balance off the United States because they see the United States trying to keep them down. As we see now 30 years later, these predictions have come into fruition. That is, the U.S. has exhausted many of its resources, and the major powers have been cooperating to create alternative security and economic infrastructure, which is independent of the United States. And the question has always been how the U.S. respond. Even Brzezinski, remember, he was the enormous support, yet he also recognized there was a dilemma. The U.S. can either facilitate support transition to multipolar order, where the U.S. has a privileged position, or alternatively, the U.S. can fight all its rivals in a grand standoff to regain its primary dominant position. Now, I think that because the West has linked the survival of liberalism and our values to hegemony, there is no negotiation. So what we now see is that the U.S. is indeed pursuing confrontation with mainly Russia in Europe, China in Asia, and Iran in the Middle East. And this is effective overseeing and its usual fight to restore global hegemony, even though this does not seem very likely at all.
Well, you bring up a really good point, Martin. I mean, one of the things that and what it gives a perfect explanation of, but is this an ideological thing? Is it based on security? Is it based on geopolitics? Because if it's ideological, then the West cannot lose. So that is everything, goes against everything in history. Empires rise and fall. Centers of power move around. I mean, that is the nature of geopolitics through all of time. And so the West seems, because of its ideology, that it is the end of history, as Fukuyama said. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I think some of the line about Western power, maybe was quite positive. We must be done with the noise. But to answer your question about ideology, I don't think it's the right word. Is it an ideology? Is it philosophy? It's the only one that the West had so long. With these huge powers and elites which control our politicians, had a very singular view of the world, which the politicians followed. They looked at four countries and they said, are you fall backward? Do you have a huge democratic deficit? Are you in debt? Do you need American aid? And you fall on the ground and look at things yours and sound. And if countries around the world said yes, the war is fine, then they were welcome. The EU bodies that, you are our kind of dictator, our kind of leader. It's how Americans thought and the West followed this doctrine. And I think a lot of it was about, what we've got now is, we're still losers. It's the problem. We're losing our power. And we have to deal with it just because the British Empire imploded at the end of the Second World War. Even the Americans don't really have to know how to deal with this new scenario of China, Iran, Russia, India. These countries are really forming. They're really getting their act together and creating a real opposition to America. So, how do we cope with that in the longer term? It's going to be casualties. It's going to be a lot of chest thumping and whining. But I don't think most of it is genuine. I think a lot of it is just that the West don't really cope very well in this new world order.
It's interesting what Martin just said there, Glenn, because if we frame it in ideological terms, well, a lot of what the Western liberalism, and that's going to stretch, means today, well, first of all, it's very alien to most of the world's wokeism stuff and all of that. I mean, most of the world scoffs at it as being just ridiculous. I mean, how do you come here, prosperous society based on these ideas of the West and very forcefully exporting like this? And I guess it results in what we've seen of the global South not condemning Russia for its military operation in Ukraine. I think you can draw two conclusions. One, they don't take the West very seriously anymore, And number two, and very importantly, they're not afraid of it anymore. Us.
No, I agree. Another thing, I think when the West keeps talking about that this is an attack on the rules-based order, this becomes a way of expressing, again, our ideology power. So they're saying we would not Western hegemony, we can't have the survival of, for example, liberalism. But I think the rest of the world, they're very critical because they see this mainly as a power mining effect, because when the West, because of the Soviet Union, began to pursue this hegemonic liberal order, what it was defined as was giving essentially the West this prerogative to even say themselves an extension from international law. So keep in mind when the West creates up these principles, the great principles, democracy, human rights, we don't use to limit the power of the state, and rather it enables it. So, for example, it promotes the concept of sovereign inequality, which you refer to democracy in human rights. The West can interfere in domestic affairs, it can topple governments, like the French Revolution is largely today, or following humanitarian interventions, even severing territories of other countries. So there is this sense that the liberalism has been so intertwined with the hegemonic concept that, again, when we speak about the West's leadership, we see it as the guarantee for liberal values, but the rest of the world increasingly see liberalism as simply being an ideological talking point to justify hegemony. So, again, one can take both sides of the argument, but it is quite interesting that these discussions are really being held in the West at the moment, where the power of the West hegemony is disappearing, but at the same time the world is increasingly rejecting this liberal ideology, which will justify the hegemony.
Well, Martin, under the current administration, the Biden administration, it's about democracy versus hypocrisy. I'm going to throw back to the back the money, and with really no perspective on the realities on the ground around the world. But then, Joe Biden, he takes it on board his democracy versus hypocrisy. He just won the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. I mean, what's the make of this here? I mean, we're speaking of rights. Where is the democracy? Where's the rules-based order? I mean, it's just absurd. I mean, the whole world sees this, okay?
Again, touched on the point, which is that these incredibly exciting issues, these qualities that we cling on to, have done since the first part of the last 70 years, are really just talking points. That's absolutely correct to use that phrase. And the whole world has realized that before, perhaps, if you go back, let's say, 15 or 20 years, when the West made huge decisions, it could bank on a fair route to its ex-colonies in the South, and supporting the UN, supporting them. But in the gone, now the West, the so-called West, what is the West? The West is the EU, 26 countries, and America and Canada. And what is the West? What can it do now in this huge subject that's very much on its own? And it has to keep on banging its drum and going on about the liberal values, but the truth is, we don't even believe in the liberal values ourselves anymore. Democracy, free speech, human rights, just look at what we're doing for a living, look at what we're doing in Sam's case. Look at the number of journalists that are being arrested in Europe for reporting on the war in Ukraine.
The January 6 rioters.
Yeah, so, this edge that we have is gone. We're looking at a new reset, a new world order, and China and Russia are actually beginning to make it very clear to the whole world that there is an alternative out there. And I think the more we go along there with these ideas, the more that the West is exposed to being more corrupt in other words. Corruption is now really a huge factor. Now, when we look at Ukraine, when we look at China, how can we mention China without Biden family relations with the dealings that are going on? How can you talk about Ukraine without looking at what Biden's family are doing in Ukraine? It's disgusting. And the only way we read about these articles, we read about this graft, it's from foreign journalists from the other side of this new world order, from China, from Russia, from Turkey, from wherever. Our journalists have just forgotten how to do their job. So we are shifting up to something completely new. We don't know what it's going to look like, but we are living in a reality that America and its allies in Europe are no longer the dominant force anymore. They're going to have to take
Okay, I'm going to stop there. Because the last thing we basically said was throw away the box, right? Did you catch that? No, we basically said, we're getting into uncharted territory here, and what we end up with is it's going to be something completely different. It's going to be better. Okay. Or it is, what's in the numbers? We know the mistake we made, and the only way they could make it worse is probably to, see if they can find a steroid that would make what they've been doing worse. I don't know if there's a steroid out there. I mean, these people are absolutely insane. They're an evil criminal. They're absolutely no compassion. They're strictly there for themselves. And I decided it. I mean, there's other people who got it. And so, Judgment Day is coming. Yeah. So. Okay, well that takes care of the social poll report. And, so I think what we'll do is, I've got a couple of videos here. I'll tell you what. Remember what the Prophet Show was talking with Chris about water and its unique, refining property to actually remember something in a way that the one we want to cook. So, without any further ado on this one, I'm going to figure it out. Alright, we have about 41 minutes, and we're going to describe to you how water has a memory. It's kind of interesting. Pay attention. There will be a test at the end.
Most of us are aware of how crucial water is to life on Earth. The human body is nearly 2/3 water. It can function for many weeks without food, but will die after only a few days without water. But it's more than that. Take a deep breath. The air you inhale contains water molecules. The same water molecules our ancestors inhaled. The same molecules which grew every piece of food you've ever eaten. Through water, we are connected to everyone and everything that has ever lived or ever will live on Earth. Yet, if water is one of the Earth's most distinctive and important substances, it is also one of its most mysterious. In modern times, some scientific studies suggest water might be so much more than we already know it to be. Not only an inert life-giving substance, but perhaps one which itself heals, and one which remembers. Before we start with the video, we have an announcement to make. We're releasing our first ebook titled Increase Your Vibration, the Most Powerful Methods. The book is based on one of our old videos on how to increase your vibration, but it greatly expands on the topic, providing all kinds of different methods that will help you have more energy, manifest better things, and feel fulfillment and happiness in your life. The first 1,000 people who click the link in my bio will get the ebook for free, and all you have to do is type your name and email. We'll immediately send you a copy of the book in your mailbox. Elevate your vibration and allow the abundance of life to flow freely once again. In the mid-1980s, Jacques Ben-Medist was in the midst of it happened that its homeopaths, a substance can be diluted despite physical homeopathic beliefs. On this, no effect. It's still true possible. It was as if the water had somehow, since if they were, they would go against anything. The board wanted to reject methodological and two glaring caveats. This was particularly unusual when considering that he and his team had been not something that deserved serious consideration. Ignoring the question of how widely something can be discredited by magicians and Ghostbusters who themselves admitted that we might well have found ourselves unable to get to grips with the work of the laboratory, the fact remains, since the 1980s, the concept of water memory has received serious consideration by numerous scientists all over the world, and what they have found goes far beyond the work of Ben released. In 1930, a French scientist named Luc Montagnier made a discovery which ensured his name would be forever etched in the history books. Using his specialized skills with retroviruses, Montagnier discovered the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, which leads to the AIDS disease. It was a turning point in the AIDS crisis, making it possible to develop diagnostic tests and treatments for the disease and saving millions of lives. Accordingly, Montagnier was awarded the Nobel Prize for his discovery. Many might ask what a person can do next after reaching the pinnacle of their profession. With Montagnier, the answer was to continue working, continue searching for his next great discovery. For over 2 decades he worked, until finally, in 2009, came the breakthrough he was waiting for. That year, Montagnier published a paper in which he claims that he had been able to detect electromagnetic waves emitted by DNA in a sample of water, even after the DNA sequences had been diluted out of it, as though the water was somehow remembering the DNA. This was a Nobel Prize winner asserting something which sounded an awful lot like the much maligned work of Jacques Ben-Veniste 20 years before. Like Ben-Veniste, Montagnier was widely criticized by the mainstream scientific community when his results were published. Yet, with a Nobel Prize in his pocket, he was undeterred. He continued his work, and the results got even more incredible. In 2011, Montagnier found that only dilute sample of water which possessed the electromagnetic waves of DNA sequences that had been diluted out of it could actually transmit the information to a second sample tube containing only purified water. By subjecting the purified water sample to the electromagnetic waves emitted by the DNA, which had been in the first diluted sample, initiating polymerase chain reaction, DNA sequences could be replicated with 98 to 100% accuracy. It seemed as if the diluted water not only held the memory of the DNA sequences, but was able to transfer the memory to other water. But there was more. Montagnier and his team discovered that they could even transmit the DNA's electromagnetic signals digitally between computers over the internet and replicate the DNA in totally new water in distant laboratories. They would send an audio file across the world to another research team who would then feed the audio file into the purified water and use polymerase chain reaction to make a copy of the original DNA. It must be noted that not everyone was derisive of Montagnier's work. In fact, some even suggested that this was a breakthrough which could lead to the discovery of alien life. If water can hold the memory of DNA sequences which, by Montagnier's method, allows replication of this DNA in laboratories across the world, then why, some asked, could this same method not be used to replicate potential alien DNA trapped in the water found on asteroids and comets? Perhaps this water contains DNA sequences of alien life which, given the right tools, we could replicate and examine. Through his incredible work, Montagnier forced his way back into mainstream science, even hosting an event on the memory of water at the United Nations in 2014. Yet, like Ben-Veniste before him, Montaigne often spoke about the opposition and derision he faced from the scientific establishment. In one interview, he described a kind of fear around this topic, how, when it came to work on water memory, scientific journals were afraid to publish it because of the intellectual terror from people who don't understand it. But regardless of the intellectual terror water memory evokes, the work of scientists like Luc Montagnier continues. In fact, at almost the same time that Montagnier was working with water memory and DNA, another scientist was taking a different approach to the phenomenon. In 2007, Martin Chaplin, a specialist in the properties of water molecules, proposed an explanation for how water memory might be possible. First, a water molecule is a dipole, with one end charged negatively and the other charged positively. A molecule's negative end can attract the positive end of another, and it is through this attraction that the structure of water is formed. For the most part, this structure is fluid and short-lived, constantly changing. Except within these ever-changing forms, there are certain stable formations known as clusters, in which individual molecules can be replaced without affecting the global structure. According to Chaplin, these statistically stable clusters may hold a secret to water memory, allowing water to retain information about anything it has come in contact with, to, in effect, retain a picture of any substance within its molecular core. Could it really be possible that water is ever recording a history of its relationship with the world through molecular clusters? And if so, what is it doing with this information? Some scientists have provided an answer. Masaru Emoto was a Japanese businessman, scientist, and author who rose to prominence in the 1990s after he developed a method to freeze water samples and photograph the resulting crystalline forms using magnetic resonance analysis and high-speed photography. Using this method, Emoto conducted a far-reaching and extraordinary study of water, the results of which were published in the 2004 New York Times bestseller, The Hidden Messages in Water. In the study, Emoto and his research team had exposed different water samples to different human intent through thoughts and words, and then photographed the crystals produced by each sample. Stunningly, water which had been exposed to positive, loving, compassionate intent formed beautiful crystals, while negative, angry, fearful intent produced unpleasant formations. Of course, beautiful and unpleasant are subjective, so see for yourself. The crystals were love and gratitude, or you disgust me, or eternal, or peace, or evil, or thank you. It was as though the water was taking in positivity to make something beautiful and turning negativity into something ugly. Emoto and his team continued their study, exposing water samples to different thoughts and spoken words, to written words on paper pressed against a container, and compare it to the crystal formed by Handman music. Eventually, Emoto came to a conclusion which was both simple and profound. He asserted that positive changes in water crystals could be obtained through appreciation and love, through prayers and words of gratitude, through beautiful music. In 2006, Emoto sought to show this on a large scale. That year, he asked thousands of people from across Tokyo to send a positive intent towards water samples in an electromagnetically shielded room in his lab. Elsewhere, he kept other water samples from the same source, which would serve as the control and not be subjected to people's intent. He then photographed the crystals produced by each sample, before asking an independent panel of 100 judges to score the resulting crystals based on their appeal. And might be expected, the water which had received a positive intention received much higher scores for its crystals. How could this be possible? Water appeared to not only be remembering, but physically changing based on what it interacted with, even if that interaction was through intangible thoughts and prayers. If true, this would change everything we know about water, and even our world. As Emoto put it, water is the mirror that can show us what we cannot see. It is the blueprint for our reality, which can change with a single positive thought. All it takes is faith if you're open to it. Predictably, Emoto's work was quickly written off in the scientific mainstream. Yet, at the same time as Emoto was studying his crystal, another scientist halfway around the world was conducting his own similar study on water memory, with equally amazing results. At the Institute for Static and Dynamics for Aerospace Construction at the University of Stuttgart in Germany, a scientist named Bernd Pablo instructed a group of students to obtain 1 drop of water from the same source at the same time. The inner structure of each individual droplet was examined under a microscope. Incredibly, each drop created its own unique pattern, despite coming from the same source. It was as if the water had taken in and remembered something from each individual student and changed itself accordingly. Cropland and his team went further, putting different species of flowers into different samples of water from the same source. Again, droplets obtained from each sample produced totally different patterns depending on the flower. Researchers could not get enough, repeating the experiment again and again with different inputs, exposing water to music, ultrasound, even the microwave radiation from a cell phone. Each time, water from the same source produced different patterns, depending on the treatment. It really did appear as though water remembered and changed itself based on what it came in contact with. Here, the question must be asked. If water really is taking the information from everything it comes in contact with and changing itself accordingly, then what do these changes mean for water itself and for the health of human beings and our planet? Victor Schauberger was born June 30, 1885, in the small Austrian village of Holzschlag, the son of a long line of master foresters which stretched back for many generations. As such, Schauberger grew up as a son of the forest, often spending many days at a time in the woods with his father. He developed a keen observation of nature, and particularly the flow and behavior of water. He was known to sit in solitude and stare at a babbling brook for many hours at a time without getting bored. It seemed to many that the young Schauberger had some sort of connection with the woods that others didn't. Perhaps this was no surprise, as he himself put it. From my earliest childhood, it was my greatest ambition to become a forest warden like my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, and his father before him. When he reached university age, his father wanted him to go to university in Vienna and become an arboriculturist like his brothers. But Schauberger believed that teachers in classrooms would only distort human nature, that the best teacher about the forest was the forest itself. So instead, he attained his certification as a forest warden and set off on an apprenticeship under an older warden. He received his first solo gig in 1920 at the age of 25, overseeing a huge forest for a German prince. It was at this time that Schauberger showed how special his connection with the forest really was. First, he used his unique understanding about how water flowed and how it wanted to flow to invent a method for transporting logs down from a mountain known as the log flume. The invention would put Schauberger on the map after it reduced transportation costs of lumber to 1/10 and made the German prince fantastic amounts of money. He continued throughout the 1920s to file for patents for new inventions almost every year, becoming renowned for his knowledge and earning the nickname the Water Wizard. But for all his work and all the standing he achieved with it, one always stood out for Schellenberger. One experience which would come to totally shape his view of nature and of the world. While visiting a remote district up in the mountains with some old hunters, Schellenberger was taken to an ancient stone hut which covered a natural spring long used by hunters. At some point, the hunters decided they would pull down the hut, old and decrepit as it was. But when they did, the spring almost instantly dried up, which the hunters insisted had never happened before. Something had to be done, since they needed that spring. But what? Eventually, someone made the unusual and perhaps desperate suggestion that the hut should be rebuilt. Incredibly, when it was, the water almost immediately returned. It was almost like the water had a memory of the stones and returned when it discovered their presence, defying gravity to seek the stones from beneath the earth. The more Schellenberger thought about the spring, the more it became clear to him. Water was not just some chemical inert substance. No. Water was alive. In his words, I regard water as the blood of the earth. Its internal process, while not identical to that of our blood, is nonetheless very similar. It is this process that gives water its movement. From his years of experience, Schellenberger proposed that living water twisted and pulsated in very specific ways when it was healthy, allowing it to maintain purity and function. Conversely, water could die if it was treated poorly. Its vitality depended on how it flowed, natural spring water being the best and most healthy choice, since it flows from an unspoiled environment inside the earth. From this realization, Schellenberger became fearful of the ways humans used and treated water in modern times, pushing it through long straight channels and cylindrical devices not found in nature, across many sharp right-angled turns, unlike the gentle curves of a stream or river. It was Schellenberger's belief that this treatment caused the natural structure of water to break down. If water was a living thing, then this was how it died. The position for the planet and human beings dependent on water for their survival terrified Schellenberger. In fact, he spent the later years of his life working furiously on the development of a device which would produce living water by simulating the movement of mountain streams. For this, many in mainstream science mocked him, to which he replied, "They call me deranged. The hope is that they are right. It is of no greater or lesser import for another fool to water the earth. But if I am right, and science is wrong, then may the Lord God have mercy on mankind." The question of how the way we handle our water supply impacts the water itself has been explored in more modern times by one Masaru Emoto. Using the same method by which he examined water charged with human intent, Emoto studied the crystals produced by water samples from different sources. Remarkably, Emoto found that water from mountain springs produced beautiful crystals, while tap water from Japanese seas would form incomplete crystals, and tap water from London, England would form no crystals at all. Decades after Schellenberger theorized that water was a living thing which could die, it appeared Emoto was showing that somehow something was wrong with water in cities, water transported and treated by unnatural means. But what? In 2005, a team of Russian biophysicists led by Konstantin Korotkov traveled to a remote region of Venezuela to conduct a groundbreaking study. Their destination was Lorena, an area whose waters had never been in direct contact with humans, known to local tribes as the Mother of All Waters. For 3 days, the scientists traveled across the Venezuelan savanna, through jungles, and finally, up an 800-foot wall to reach the Lorena summit, where the water was in a unique virgin state. Their mission was to test the water there using a device Kolokov had developed for measuring the electrophotonic glow around people, plants, objects, and nests of water. In short, they would measure the energetic properties of the Mother of All Waters. Kolokov and his team hypothesized that Lorena's waters might have 2, or maybe even as much as 10 times the energy of normal water. But as they began their analysis, the results blew them away. Lorena's water was not 2 times more active, not 10 times, but 40,000 times more active than normal water. Its energetic properties were so great that Kolokov and his team concluded that Lorena's water and normal water were fundamentally different substances. More incredible were the effects that Lorena water had on the research team while they were there. Using the same device which was being used to measure the energetic properties of the water itself, Kolokov found that the energy field of his team members spiked dramatically whenever they were at the Lorena summit. Where Masaru Moto had shown in his work that city water appeared to be sick in some way, here, Kolokov was showing that the virgin waters of Lorena seemed to be brimming with energy and life, and even seemed able to transfer these energetic properties to the people around it. For this reason, many in recent times have, like Schauberger, devoted their lives to attempting to invent a way to return water to a more natural, virgin state, before it was affected by humanity, to, in fact, give it life. This living water is often called structured water. In 2014, a scientist named Guy Londeschamps published the results of 5 years of research into subjects who drank structured water from the structuring device he had invented. According to Londeschamps, subjects saw an 80% increase in their energy fields after only 1 glass. Similar studies examine the effects of drinking living water instead of the water that comes out of the taps and teas, or even bottled water, continue to this day, similar results. But the idea that water can be alive or dead, energetic or not, is something which goes back far beyond modern science. Many human traditions speak of holy human water sources, from the Ganges River in India to the holy water in the sanctuary of Our Lady of Lourdes in France, to professed healing springs all over the world. But take it further and remember Masaru Emoto's experiment, which showed that water could be infused with human intent. Numerous religious and spiritual traditions all over the world seem to follow this concept. Think of holy water in Christianity used in baptism, or the ritual washing before daily prayers in Islam. Think of how Buddhist monks chant over the community water supply, or how in North and South American indigenous traditions, water can be ritually infused with healing intent by priests and shamans. In each case, the belief is the same, that water can be changed into something more if it is treated correctly. Isn't this ancient knowledge just what modern studies are confirming? In fact, both Kolokov and Emoto studied the spiritual connection directly. Kolokov studied water which had been chanted over in Russian monasteries and found that it had a much higher energy quality than ordinary water. He even worked with remote mental influence on water, getting healers to send their influence and intent to a sample of water from across the world, and again finding that the healer's thoughts caused significant changes to the energetic levels of the targeted water. Imoto, for his part, tested the waters in the Fujiwara Dam before and after it had received an hour-long prayer by Reverend Kato Hoki, the chief priest of Julian Temple, and found that after the water was infused with prayer, it produced much more beautiful crystals. Perhaps, as is often the case, ancient traditions possess the knowledge which has been forgotten or written off in modern times about the life of water and how it can be changed. But if this is true, the question then becomes, what does this mean for us in modern times? How can the knowledge of living water with a memory which fundamentally changes what it is, alter our understanding of and interaction with the world around us? To answer this question, we might go back to one final experiment performed by Masaru Emoto, perhaps his most famous and most dramatic. In the experiment, Emoto set aside 3 beakers, each containing a cup of rice covered with water. For 1 month, Emoto would repeat to one of the beakers, "Thank you," every day. To the second beaker, he would repeat, "You're an idiot." And to the third, he would say nothing at all. At the end of the month, the rice in the thank you beaker was fermenting nicely and had a pleasant aroma. Meanwhile, the rice in the you're an idiot beaker was black and dead, and the rice in the neglected beaker had turned a blue-green color with rot. Think about what this suggests. Water infused with life through positive intentions leads to healthy growth, while water infused with negative intentions or simply left alone altogether leads to rot and death. Is it possible that humans require living water for our own health and life, and that by drinking the dead water found in modern cities we are, in effect, poisoning ourselves? Think about the rapid spread of mental health issues in modern times, the astounding levels of depression and anxiety. Could this have something to do with our water? Are we rotting from the inside, like Emoto's rice? For some, the solution to this perceived water problem is simple. We must drink living water from structuring devices, like those created by Schauberger and Laundry Shop. Failing that, we can at least take the time to pray, chant, or send good intention into a glass of water before we drink it, or a tub of water before we bathe. In other words, we can and should, on a day-to-day basis, utilize water's memory and its ability to change into something living and healthy for our own benefit. Others, however, suggest that our knowledge of living water and its incredible memory can be taken much further in the pursuit of human health. In fact, some recent studies even suggest that living water and its memory could be a crucial factor in the future of cancer therapy, allowing for the transmission of healing substances which currently have no way to utilize their function clinically. And yet, it's not just the effects of water on human health directly, but its potential effects on the food we eat. Schauberger, for one, always asserted that living water was much better for agriculture, something numerous recent studies are now showing to be true. For example, a recent study from the Water Technology Center at Tamil Nadu Agricultural University in India gave farmers water from a structuring device and instructed them to water some fields with the structured water and others with normal water. The results were a stunning increase in both growth and yield in fields using structured water, effectively doubling the output of each of wheat, tomatoes, zucchini, green peppers, and beans. Other studies have shown that the use of structured water conserves water, improves soil health, lowers the need for pesticides, and even grows better tasting food with a higher nutritional quality. It is incredible to think about that in an era of global agricultural crisis brought about by climate change, living water might hold key to feeding the world. With its immense potential upside to human health, agriculture, and the health of the planet, it is exceedingly bizarre that much of mainstream science continues to deride and write off concepts of living water and water memory. No matter how much evidence comes pouring in, mainstream science continues to derisively portray those working in the field as they did Jacques Beneath at the head start, as widely discredited. An article in Vox, speaking of Basado Moto, is indicative of the attitude much of science takes to the subject. There, the tall foreheads of mainstream thought explain. Few scientists have tried to debunk its claims since they're so self-evidently ridiculous. In other words, it's not that they've proven water memory researchers to be wrong. It's that they are offended by the suggestion that they would even try, that such a thing as proof would even be asked for. Why such a closed-minded attitude from a scientific establishment which surely knows how wrong it has been in the past? John Maddox, the then editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, who dealt with Beneath's original paper on water memory, may have accidentally provided an answer when he said, "Our minds were not so much closed as unready to change our whole view of how science is constructed." But that's just it. Sometimes a dramatic change in view is necessary. The Earth was flat until it wasn't. With what's at stake, this might be one of those times. The saying goes, sometimes today's heresy becomes tomorrow's truth. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please hit the like button, and if you're new, hit subscribe and bell next to it for future notifications.
Wow. Now, I found that quite fascinating. I'm sitting here watching all the comments in the chat. Why so negative about this flavored water? I don't get it. It's like you're one of these scientists that's afraid here. It's above you or below you or not above you, considering that the one thing that is crucial to our existence on this planet has such amazing properties to it. Positiveness. Approaching life on a positive manner, realistically, has tremendous power. Tremendous power. And, we're trying to eliminate this negativeness, this, fear and doubt and all these things. We complain about the left and their fear porn and all this stuff, right? Well, how do you combat that? You combat it with positiveness and joyfulness. These people don't have a sense of humor. They don't enjoy things the way, what we term normal people would. Think about it. Think about the chlorine and all of these chemicals that they're putting in the water. Are they good for you? Absolutely not. All right? This water that is pouring out of the top of that mountain, well, that plateau or whatever it is that they were showing there. Wow, what a fascinating place. It's incredible thing that they found that the energy in that place, you think that maybe that promotes the doctrine of unity. Why is it that we've always looked to, back in the days of their exploring the world, what were they trying to find? The fountain of youth, the water that would give you the youth and vibrancy and all that stuff. Because they weren't getting it where they were, so they figured it had to be someplace else in the world. So, massive expeditions were sent out to find these mysterious waters. I don't know where the idea of the fountain of youth came from, and then if you look at in the Bible talks about water to wine, and the baptism and all these things. So much of our society is based on water. Why is it that we have water wars for crying out loud? People fighting over water. It's incredibly important in our world. But with all this negativity going on, is the water losing its vibrance with all the chemicals and dump all kinds of nastiness into it, and you can actually clean it up. Nikola Tesla even came up with a way of using frequencies to treat water, to clean water up. We could improve our health if we didn't have to. If we could clean the water and make sure the water was good for us without having to add a bunch of crap to it. Oh man, I'm in 100%. I can remember the water that we had when I was growing up and we lived up north. Small community, and back in the late 50s, early 60s, we started just polluting our water with all kinds of crap. Industrial waste, which is what fluoride is. It's an industrial waste product that they need to put into water supplies. A lot of our water delivery systems may not have got a lot because of the lead pipes and things like that. Let's go back to what became up in the Midwest. But the water system had lead pipes and big controversy over all of that. The pollution of our oceans, the fact that yes, thank you. So users should go next. Detroit, yeah, well, but yeah, all these things that water is such an amazing thing. And this is not the first video that's talked about taking water and freezing it and looking at the crystals. Marsha K, I am so sorry. That what can I say? My voice and my mouth are not in sync. Blame Zoom, blame the internet. Okay. There's a lot of things that water is so important for, and I think we could take a little bit a good look at what was being presented there and use it to improve your life. Positive attitude and all of that. We need messages that go out that. Okay. might be costing that much of some doing a little video converting it. Download video clips. Download clips, so I'll have to convert it. It's 80% done, not 80% done. I had a fun video coming out. I actually just ran across it tonight. Don't shoot me, but it's and motorcycles. Okay. Motorcycle radio. If you're not familiar with the guys in uniform that ride bikes, the training that these guys go through is absolutely incredible. And you don't see people that can really ride the bike. Talk to these guys who have gone through police officer motorcycle training course, and the bikes and what they're taught and how they're taught to do it. I mean, because these guys, they're put to this cruise. And so I found this police officer motorcycle radio. It just posted July 16th. I thought we'd launch it for just a little bit to see what you think. Check this out.
Welcome, everyone, to the great state of Texas, home of one of the largest police ride and field competitions in the country, also known as a rodeo. These events are where motorcycle officers face the complex maze of codes and maneuvers to test the skills that they have developed to respond to emergency situations. And in just 3 days' time, Zach and I are going to be facing off with more than 100 of the most talented motorcyclists with a badge and gun. The only problem here is we don't actually have any training or experience doing anything like this. We don't even have a badge or gun. We do, however, have the appropriate motorcycle. I have here a 2013 BMW R1200 REP. That's me for police, everybody. It has a year 77,000 miles on the clock, and I purchased it for close to $500 American dollars. I have a 2016 Harley-Davidson Police Road King. I'm sorry for the first one because they hold their value incredibly well, but I did manage to borrow a fully equipped police rodeo practice bike. Which is to say, it's a cheater bike, which is to say, area is already cheap. Whatever the case, our motorcycles have far more experience than we do. So in an attempt to not embarrass ourselves at this rodeo, we're going to try and get up to speed and go one-on-one training from the reigning rodeo champion himself, Mr. Donnie Williams.
you guys may be really experienced riders and have more knowledge of what we're about to do than I think. And that's great if you do. But I think you guys will have a new respect for what we do when you guys go through this and see what the bikes can do if you do the right thing, the right technique, and you'll see what they will do if you don't do the right thing.
So how do you perceive when people are coming out here to get trained?
So just to let you know, another school we have already gone through dropping the bike over, let's teach you how to pick the bike up correctly so you don't hurt your bike. We've already gone through parking because you don't want to be that guy that's here, and then this guy's way over here. And then really we just kind of get into starting up on teaching them the technique with the clutch throttle brake. And that's where we start now. So do you guys want me to show you one of my bikes first? Sure, whatever you think. Yeah.
How good it can be in sobriety tests. I guess Zach lined up my course first. This is the swale up, the phone swale up, it's all about timing. Put your bike in the right position where it needs to be, and then being comfortable when you pull off. You can doing this faster. Took the cone. Already losing points. Already knocking up the cones. Okay, let's shoot it up. Get in the habit. Looking at those chemicals. Gotcha. Don't need to go. Okay. Get out of it. Get the head out so much. We're not going fast. Where are they going to go? Smooth on it. All right. Don't go into the knockdown. That is sick. Yeah. I like it. I'm hoping that I'm going to get to help you guys more, but you guys, you're already such a good rider. So, we still got some other things that gets a little bit more challenging, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I got to probably have something in your back pocket where you have to put it right on the ground. So this is what we call the intersection. Past the motor school, you've got to at least go each direction. You got to do it 4 times. Not enough speed on that one. Look at this. Go bam. Hey, let's go. There it is. Keep going. I get it. Yep. All right. You guys really did great. I mean, I'm not just saying that. Like I said, I've trained a lot of officers. I've trained a lot of civilians who actually do this, and they get some more training to get better. And you guys went through that like nothing. And you got to listen. You got some habits. I got to tell you, you got a little cheating eye. You keep on the look at. I get it. You want to make sure you're tired where it needs to be. But try to remember that when you guys get down to the competitions and stuff. Just let your foot feel it and see those cones in front of you. Okay. And just be looking where you're going, not where you're at. It's challenging, but it's super fun, and we certainly appreciate you showing us how to do it. Yeah. Thanks so much for your time, man. I think we'll just spend the rest of the afternoon trying to absolutely get better. Thanks so much. I guess we'll see you in a minute. Great, man. Appreciate it. You bet. Seeing how smoothly it can dance to a drum part. I guess the training I thought was successful. I learned some stuff, which is exciting. It was a crash course, and not in the way we usually is. It's just back in there. But we have to get from where we train here back in Dallas to where the competition is south of Austin. So we're not tripping about. Hopefully, see the challenges here. Down below, we'll register, and then we will be very intimidated by a huge fleet of police officers with a lot more skill. But for now, I'm looking. Yeah, I feel like really cool. We got to do something with that. Okay, walk the business like everybody. Here we go.
say we're going to be embarrassing ourselves and looking awkward and foolish? That's me right now. Very much so. Wow. It's quite stress that I have to go to getting called into the principal's office. I don't know why I feel like I'm in trouble. I feel like I'm in people's way. That's where I'm going. That's just what it's going. And it's a lot going on all at once. That's one of the hardest things is coming up with one. And remembering exactly where you're supposed to be when you turn into it, you turn it too early and then you just run out of track. Yep, well, yeah, you did great, man. You're back in line. Humbling. I don't remember the last time I was this bad at riding a motorcycle. I don't know. I don't know. We at least know what we need to do better and what we suck at. Which feels like a miracle based on what we started this morning. That's true. So now there are two other large courses that we need to learn, one of which is the first test for tomorrow. So we actually compete on this one tomorrow. We have spent zero time on it, and the learning curve is very steep. So we're planning on putting in the hours this afternoon in order to learn it, because you only get one shot on each course during the competition. One shot. Fire up the lights, people. We'll put in the hours. It's race day, folks. We're going back to Texas. It's why we train with Johnny Williams, and why we stayed up late into the night practicing, and of course, it's why we're in our Red Bull uniforms. So the way this works, you go numerical order, 1 to 150, 150 for the year, over 3 courses in the next 3 days, and they're in the high 30s, the fourth one right now, I'm at 43. I am extremely nervous. We know that Johnny's training helps. We know the courses. We just have never done this before. And it's not just this race day. Like, that's the difference, man. You only get one shot. So there's a lot of sitting around waiting, a lot of time for nerves to fill. And, yeah, it's very nerve-wracking, and we're very concerned that we might crack under pressure. So for Johnny, for Redzilla, for CTXP, we can do this. Right. Everybody. All right. I am good to go. All set for this. Jumping right in. I always do that comment. If I can avoid that. First couple of points. Come on, back. Transition. Good transition.
Focus here. Release. Eyes up, lift up. That's it. Started Buffalo with the guy because many hours had passed and Zachary went and did his incredible run. During all that time, I have done nothing but scratch and fret and freak out internally. But as Donnie said, it's got right on right. Get the hell out of my way. I know how to do this. If I crack out there, it is all on me. I see the breathe. I got this. I am very nervous though. Not to give up, but just get locked out, which is what I really want to do forward. What's quite good that win 13? Yeah, alright, well. I got the hospital to do too. I might like, yeah, I like it.
Okay. I'll be watching the rest of that after we turn the ship around, but you've got to appreciate the expertise of somebody that can go through a course like that and ride a bike like that. It is absolutely incredible. I've got cones and I can practice stuff like that, but not nearly like that. I've got little cones that I set up on to practice riding, and it's slow riding, it's that stuff. But that is, oh my God, yeah. The guy, the friends of mine who have world boots options, I've got something to ride. And, the nice thing they say, one thing they say is that you get to practice on the good spikes, and you don't have to worry about crashing the one that you bought. That's the thing. When you're practicing this stuff, you don't want to crash that brand new bike that you got, right? So, it's a skill. It's an amazing skill. And got to appreciate appreciate the time and expertise that these guys put into it. So you can see it on the rocks here on the bike. Don't think that even though he's got a little belly hanging out there, you don't think he knows how to ride that bike, he'll show you the things to do. Every one of them. They're good. You know, don't cross them unless you've been through the course yourself and know what you're doing. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining me tonight. I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. And I'll see everybody here in a few hours for a little bit of straight shooting. And then I'm going to get the riding on my bike, but I'm not going to be doing any of it. I'm just going to be cruising on my bike for the next couple of days. And we'll have Pam on Wednesday night will be hosting the show. And Digital Ward will be hosting the morning show on Wednesday and Thursday night. And I'll be back for Mac and Friday. You can bet on it. So y'all take care, and we'll see you in a couple of hours. So, with that said, it is now time to turn the old ship around and fire up the hyperdrive and get you guys on. So, yeah, thank you everybody for joining me tonight. It's always a pleasure. It's always an honor. And here we go. Back up to the gentleman here. Please make sure you gather all your gear and take it with you. Trash receptacles are available for your trash. If you would please throw it all in there. Makes it much easier to clean up the tier to each and every one of these episodes. So thank you very much again. And see you in a few hours. And that'd be good. And I'm going to turn it over to Vince. I'm going to get this out because I got a long day tomorrow. So the rest of the day after the nap. Anyway, good evening, Amy.
I'm often feeling as if the Sunday is a key country, which of course is just due to the jet stream of the whatever stream that passes the weather up from Africa temporarily, which of course is now been translated into ourselves.
See, I'll give the Pineapple Express because the King's the one that comes up for participants, right?
It's just making it all permanent when after today, we hit the highs, it'll just go back to normal tomorrow, or normal, as in the 70s, to the rest of the week. So this nonsense of, England's world regular die, meltdown, it's all just a hoax to be very stupid again, though. Pushing the time to change, events with that,
Yeah.
Alright, well, we got out by this night, sweet trip, and then,
Yeah, well, you're familiar with Washington State. I'm going up the North Cascade Highway, eastern Washington, down to western Washington, and then I'm going to transit down and get on Highway 2, which is Stevens Pass, and go back up over Stevens Pass. And I'm going to base out of my cousin's house in central Washington, and stay there overnight, and then the next day do the big move, and then stop back at their house, and dive from many miles in a sore butt. Stay the night and then come home on Thursday.
So it's up and enjoy the ride and because soon one will return.
Yeah, well, I'll be back Friday morning for straight shooting and acting Friday. Well, we always have a good time. And then, after that show, I've got another ride with my son going over into Montana and back. I'm kind of getting accustomed to normally take the Road King to Sturgis instead of taking the flight. We've got some electrical problems on the flight, but stick to the Road King. We've been kind of to take it anyway. So, you're going to get the Road King. So we're going to do a little pre-ride to get used to the bike and so we ride with the Montana on Friday. And then I'm going to sit home and take care of all the chores that I'm supposed to do with me. I haven't been able to get on the bike.
Now they can wait. Well, they can wait. Enjoy. I will let you go, and I think you have a wonderful time, but I know it's a sad event, so sorry about that.
Well, actually, the memorial for my aunt was Saturday, not Saturday.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I appreciate the condolences. Yes, thank you very much for that. But, yeah, I had the dates. I thought it was the 19th, but it was actually the 16th, so I turned the 9 upside down.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I went to that one yesterday. I was very early to see that show. It's on Thursday. I think that's the end of
That's scary.
That's scary. That was the thing with 2 days early and 2 days late. Well, but still, I've always been a couple of good hours to sleep there with that one, but never mind. Everybody feels right soon.
You got your dry running, you know exactly how long it takes to get there and what to do.
Exactly. That was key. It wasn't a wasted trip. So, there you go. I'm back to take care. Have a good one.
Good night, everybody. God bless. See you in a few hours.
It's happening now. So, yes, it's now 10 on, what is it, Tuesday morning, the 19th of July, 2022. There's somebody's birthday out there. And I wish a little birthday is your child. like to do, maybe, or never give up, never give in, never let go of them. Keep fighting the fight and hope, spreading news, spreading truth, as best we can ascertain it. Because in this day and age, it's quite tricky to locate the truth. In the outside world, it's like a minefield, like I just said, 76 red pebbles is, as sliver this morning. Thank you so much for that. It was confusing, if you put it in there, it's great to have between these in the chat who will just put their wit on the head. I'm going to read the last joke out, but what we did from there from the workshop. Last time he is, isn't it? Yeah, so, it's 1:14 here, and the temperature where I am, I mean, I know that it used to, right, it's talk about the weather because it's so random, and it's so rare that we get to actually get hot, and super duper hot weather, like, it's amazing how this country seems to have apparently useless infrastructure that can't cope with a few hot days. And apparently the roads melt, the trains stop working, the railways melt, everybody's just pathetic. I mean, to be honest, there probably should be a tad bit more air conditioning available. But oh my gosh, this last year and a half, all we do is we need it now. The politicians, they get the feeling on it, and for averaging about 2 weeks, I don't know how long they choose to do it. They just hammer home one topic over and over and over. And of course, there's no variation to it. There's no, it's like, you're gonna change everything. About 666. 2020 music. I like it. Music seems like, hold on, 8 minutes. Okay, I'm going to do that. It wasn't to the experts. I'm going to do something about this climate nonsense because, of course, I said, it's just a weather front. Really. Hey, good morning, Nicole. Lovely to see you. Oh, yeah, good morning to the show. Thank you so much. I hope everyone is well. Yes, indeed. The 1970s war hot. I do. I remember 1976. I remember 1976 well. It was a wonderful period I have a video in my head to play back that summer at boarding school in Kent. It was amazing, amazing surroundings, I have to say. I was very, very, very lucky and fortunate to be in that location. It was a beautiful estate that had been converted into a school a long time before I went there. And, so that was wonderful. They talked about stupid climate change and all that. But guess what? Climate change is just a construct. It's a construct of the bio. So, before we talk about the climate and all that stuff, I want to just quickly go over the head lines or no lines, front lines of the mainstream media in this country to know, to show what they are hoping people will be thinking about, and talking about, and believing. So unfortunately, we're just having on its bound, which is just, again, it's gaslighting. What's happening in Ukraine, what's happening, how's something happening in Ukraine, there's no question in mind that the Blake have been supporting the Nazis. And it turns out I don't think that we ever stopped supporting them because it turns out that the lockdown is something Germany that's totally doing that good stuff. So yeah, they've been privileged letting them. People have been completely lied to misled with regards to the glasses are. So, that being said, again, hot density. Is it work from home on the beach? I forget. Petrol would be £10 a tank. Cheaper in just 2 weeks. Really, happy days. Don't know where that will be, but that would be mighty appreciated because at the moment it is just outrageous. I mean, the other good thing about the fact that our petrol prices are so sky high is that I have noticed a reduction in high speeds. And I'm not just talking about other drivers, I'm talking about myself. I've resisted my pedal to the metal a few times. I find that I just turned into quite a sedate driver. It does all when I try to just put the foot down. So, it's tough though. I don't like being sedate. Oh, I hit that. Hit that. Look, hey, what's up? Hey there, love. I like to think really silly to know. They're probably Eastern European, actually. Red ones, they're probably Eastern European on the beach here. I mean, look at this. Look at this image. Do you want to see that? I mean, yeah, this is all mind control, isn't it? This is all, it's not mind control. What's it called? Behavioral programming. Like, oh, man, I'm going to have a coffee. I'm just going to take a sip of coffee. I think it's just really true complicated. Another company said, try to do nothing. Sorry, that's fine by. Anyway, what does that image portray? Besides four swimming people on the beach. Yeah. One man and three women. And now look at the way these pony. I was inspiring him to spray his legs a little bit more. And splaining. It's Howling. Yeah, so it's making it visible to the black one, but it's got to down. It's 43 degrees. I mean, still, I feel really excited about 103. Now, if that's in 103 Fahrenheit, I think it would be more impactful. I just remember they should, go Fahrenheit. Because I don't. It doesn't mean anything. All the things, nothing to me. I'm a Fahrenheit gal. Predictive programming. Thank you in the pain and rather than the line. On the chart to help me. Young gold favorite. Yeah, so there you go. You've got the triple and one bloke, which of course the Islamic ideology does fully condone, so that's quite normal image for them. So now you look at three people on the beach, record bacon, oh, how long did it take you to think about that one? Record bacon, And okay, I'm afraid, but this is one I know, I don't know who thought that this would be a good image. I don't know who thought this would be a good image for the military. But to show soldier. Okay, that's a bursting hat on. Slogan. I can't imagine. But to show him standing and having... I don't know if that's, I think that's a security flag. I don't know, it's supposed to be a bridge, I guess, because it's just in handcuffs. Giving him some water. It's like a child. That looks so... I don't know what to say. It looks a bit like a child being liquid. The darling, have some water. So he was not allowed due to strict rules. So he can't seem to be holding a bottle of water, I guess. Anyway, who knows, but I mean, that just looks like that to me. You got a cold stream going in the country? Irish God. There's an Irish God. Let me look at that. He looks like a child in as well. That's just weird. It was. Yeah. mean, almost every paper's got that same image. I mean, talk about humiliating for me. Everything in the paper at the start says, spare a thought for his poor stod while you sit peeling coladas in the comfort of your paddling board as the wind pushes 43 degrees. Now, it mentions the word sod. Really? That's quite rude. Right, so yeah, so God's mullet hair coming down. I don't know, maybe it's just a little bit. Why have we got the rear of the open log, lovely mullet? Couldn't believe it when I saw, but you can have it like Australian, you know. Well, and then of course we have the images of people doing Christians remains in the bar, pouring water at themselves. I just couldn't believe the airways. They were just filled constantly with this drivel of nature is initiate to plenty water, we're going to have to learn to trade the goods, don't travel, but oh, by the way, you know, all this stuff, record huge today, airport forced to shut, cops in moody warning. Johnson keeps checking out his prison smarters and feeling the heat. All of this, again, is predictive programming. Because this is not just the media going OTT, everybody going full speed ahead on this portrayal of this just incredible thing that this country has never experienced on the history of this country. Oh, it's never unprecedented. Unprecedented. Red, raw, hot, 38, 21. But I think it's to do with the climate. The climate lockdown that they're going to try on us, isn't it? We have the health lockdown, now we have the climate lockdown. It's all on their agenda. And so it's just going to be ready. So, but we saw the game with this being water by Gabby. Okay, so we have pretty much probably talking about the fake leadership race for Prime Minister. I feel that Richie Rich Sunak, very Richie, is going to be the chosen one because she's all in on the orbit number 4 he's wealthy, and it's amazing how in his leadership race, by the way, nobody pointed out that he's the one that's caused the economic destruction of this country. Continue a chance to be a shelter. He printed money like it's going out of style. He's fully responsible for this economic mess that we find ourselves in, but now he's the favourite and the working class friend. No, that's great. Perfect candidate for the country. Tory race why different? See that? There's some inexperienced miles ahead of Morgan. He's also working on farm. And that really well. So, and also since we had the snowflakes, the royal family, we had the Representative Harry and Meghan, unfortunately, Charlotte the UN for some reason yesterday. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on anyway. But Harry did this really creative, with many ways tonight. There's many planets B. Indian science, Indian science. It's really weird. I mean, seriously, this is the ritual today, the women's going to change direction, and we're going to go back to the 70s, low 70s, for the next foreseeable future. But on my way out, I think I'm just about an hour and a bit south of London, And it shows that my temperatures will go up to maybe 90, 91 to maybe 2 at the most, maybe. But of course, in London, around Afghanistan, it's showing 100 degrees for at least 3 hours. It's going to be 100. And so, it's way harder. What some days you body. I find I use my appetite. Why is that? I use an appetite when you use an appetite when you eat. It's out there. I mean, I didn't use it entirely, but it certainly, I don't see that as a hunger pangs as I hit it now. Okay, so, actually, because I don't really want to, there's nothing exciting on there. We've got Charles, and it's, like, is that like below? You know? I don't know. Is it? Alright, so bad news. In other news, English tourist was found dead on Sunday in Crete. Written found dead after lying motionless on Sunday for hours. No doubt it's culture. I wonder what culture. You see, people don't just die. That's the point. People don't. What if something just die? Natural causes. The human body is very it's quite resilient, and it does. The human being wants to survive. So if it finds itself struggling, it will. It makes a fuss. So, and that's of course foreign bodies have been injected into the body, into the human form, which causes the blood to clot unexpectedly, and yet the body does just stop functioning. It just, clogs up and ceases. So this poor bloke was busy. And also, I don't know what to say, there's something good about this. 54-year-old tourist was said to have been motionless on his bed for hours on Saturday in the area of studies. And of course, the obvious question is, why did nobody go checking to see if his chest was rising and falling, even though there was probably nothing that could be done to him because death job was the cause. They really there for hours. Somebody's online then. It's pretty still. The rescuers performed CPR without any success and altitude should be put to death. That hospital coordinated the service pre-composed. Their packaging haven't been released. Yes, heat stroke can you master with that. But it's not common. It's not a thing. But it's he's probably under one of these umbrellas. I'm just saying. The disease is on the movement village in Crete, situated between Nadia and the solar systems. The death came with high temperatures across Europe. So firefighters in Crete have no blaze, which seems to cause burnout on Saturday. Kit work, stay indoors, warning this taking contentious soil. Out of 71 cars were reported to go now. With a photographer in the continuing drought for this sample today. I believe that there was arson at Lebanon. Of course, arson is the dark side. Put behind it. I get that it's coming up. I don't doubt there are natural fires that happen with the sun just eating at the right angle. It was a spark and random fires happen, but generally since I'm going to be much more skeptical. Okay, so the high temperature exceeded 45 degrees, so 113 Fahrenheit. Now that's serious temperatures. These are serious temperatures in Spain. Have been blamed for the deaths of hundreds of people. So it looks like Europe has been obviously been hit with this weather up from Africa for longer than we have. So there you go. go. That's the sad story of and of course, the other neat way, these have smashed carbon nature rescue dog trapped inside. So we always have the dog trapped inside the car, stores, everyone. I'm on the sense as well that in the not too near future, not too distant, sorry, future, that we could very well have a diktat put out to say that people are not to swim in lakes and estuaries and all that sort, because with this micromanagement that we now find ourselves under with our government, we're reading stories quite regularly of teenagers being found drowned or drowning, being found dead, having been in a river or some substance. So just a bit of opining. Is it muted? I hope not. Oh my gosh. If I've been talking to myself now, refresh cards. I haven't moved the screen much. It's quite a static screen. There's no sound. I'm just showing you pictures. I like painting comes down shut clean beach and calm. Oh, brilliant. Fireworks display, sparks blaze at Coastal Park. Let's get rid of that. Please all be good idea. What is that? Oh, for goodness sake, I have never seen that before. What is this? What? I've never seen those before. Anyone even come wasn't surprised. I'm surprised that they caused the fireworks. Okay. So motorcycle, suddenly burst into flames, pointed out, oh my gosh! Crump of bacon, horses, the dad was on the bike. Wow. Now it's finally popped off. Yeah, that's a big issue, by the way. BBW 5x5, most people, I'm not sure what you mean by this BBW. Your fuel tank cut off, it's out of the part, okay. Interesting. Why not? It's very difficult to put in, isn't some of the story going about in the Yiddish media? Can I just say it again? As you can see, there's nothing at all on the homepage, if the page is over there. The only doesn't indicate for somewhere, it's referring to the farmers' protests on mainland Europe. I'm reading that it's completely in the D-notice. Typical of living. I tell you what, I'm not sure if people in other parts of the world are receiving this kind of nonsense on the internet headlines, low lines, apparently the blood victims and then clots in extreme heat. Like, what? What? If you want to get a clot in extreme heat? So what happens in Africa and in Saudi Arabia? Did you see that happen in the workplaces? As a matter of fact, if it's first running out for heat, experts say we need to start thinking of high temperatures as a natural disaster. Okay. They're doing it, let's talk about the bioweapon now. Shouldn't take the heat or grab it system. Another doctor for armies in flames, yeah. I don't know what to say. The British Heart Foundation says cold weather makes the heart work harder to keep the body warm so that heart rate and blood pressure may increase, which can cause heart problems, especially if you already have a heart issue. The cold can also cause changes to blood that can increase the risk of. So both the cold and heat can cause risks of blood clots. Can't see the scientific papers about this. And somebody just can you please put a link of all the sources of that study? Let me see the people who were put into hot locations and left there until their blood clotted. And you took the blood out and that's it. Yeah, that was it. All cold. Taking them into the fridge. I suppose actually, I would believe that in fact it was supposed to freeze. Yeah, frozen in the freezer long enough, there's nothing to do, there's a froze on it. But, yeah. Direct energy weapons. Thank you, Mikey. I did make that. But, I think there are two things would be, flames flying from them. Heart failure section on happening in overpathology lab of players each year. With around 67,000 cases, new cases diagnosed annually, predicted by 2025, 650,000 Australians will suffer heart failure. And of course we all know why. Because of the danger, the clock shot. The clock shot. Not called the clock shot for nothing, is it? It's just absolutely what to say. It's in climate change. We don't blame it on Putin and Trump now. Now, and of course, well, look, I mean, I don't know, everybody's got such bad long-term memory. It's never ever in the history of mankind. Children, obviously some children have birth defects, which probably have a few problems, but for the most part, they're young, being young equals healthy, especially for heart, energy. But now, because of his parents, hot shot, children are dying, often dead. So now they've put defibrillators in schools as a norm. Of course, the paper is of course referencing, misleading reference to some child, a 10-year-old who apparently died from cardiac arrest during swimmers 10 years ago or something, some such thing. But anyway, this is what we're facing. Well, actually, the defibrillators do have user instructions, if you know what I mean. It has a little voice that says, put your bloody pads on the bloody chest, you pillar, and turn on that button I told you to turn on. Hit the button now. Actually, I wish I could do the recording for the machines. For goodness sake. There's a green button and a red button. I took the order to come out and I was the fire was in charge of it. Clear! Clear! I don't know if they say that anymore actually when. Now of course the madness of the world we're living in, some places, ladies and gentlemen, we have fine, we have no sign of any particular passports, no sign of no requirements of any kind to do with the ticket job. But unfortunately, Canada, Australia, those in Australia, and New Zealand are not so lucky, and they have to face this horrific New World Order agenda. It's just painful. And here we go. I'm going to show you an example of what an 86-year-old man was put through on his arrival at an airport with his daughter. And this caption says that her 86-year-old pilot does not have a cell phone. You don't have a phone. So it's called a live cam. And if you make it a live Canada, a live cam. Another bloody out. And it's tracking. We have the documentation. Vaccinated. That's all for This is flying by myself. I need to fly by myself, but I don't have the telephone. So what did you do? You know, I've been flying by myself on the yeah. I don't think that's enough. Exactly, never mind. I think you'll be able to take on it. I know. The Quarantine Act, this SOB is to read in its face now. It's just missing the swastika on his uniform, on his cash, clothes, on his uniform. They're wearing jeans and some casual top. The government wants us back. We want as a youth gets it up. Each holiday, frightened, starting by to the port and through the airport. 86 years old. Look at their jeans with that. This is awful. Isn't it painful? Come on. What do they do? When is this going to stop? I don't think that's enough. Could they take it? I don't think that's enough. It's fine traveling. This is my phone. This is my phone. Yeah, so obviously it didn't go well. I don't know how it ended. Unfortunately, that was a TikTok video. No service. Indeed. Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Where it depends on where you live in the world. You either have, apparently, the pandemic is continuing. It is. And, and obviously in the States, we have the, Union Acts providing cities and state. Who are pushing this ridiculous suggestion that there's fines going around if you use the bus. He could go a $5,000 fine, or he gets a $5,000 fine if he doesn't have the actually, interestingly, I don't have the soundbite, but apparently, I came across a thing about in Australia, there's something like $65 million worth of fines, and something like $55 million of them have not been paid since this COVID began. Well, all these can't pay fines. Yeah, the finding my time giving them up. Anyway, so monkeypox. DC has the highest rate of monkeypox per capita in the US. Health Director. Large percent of cases reported in gay males. Oh my God! How do you go? It's really not. The monkeypox is just not now It just can't. Now, if it is a lava virus, which of course it's to do with Africa, to do with Germany, again. You know, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. It's a tech. I checked yesterday. The contents of definitely the AstraZeneca kidney jab has monkey pox DNA. They have monkey DNA stuff in it from I believe from a toxic monkey. So of course the skin welts and everything was showing up as a direct result of the kidney jab. Nothing to do with the natural airborne virus and no such thing. History has been, medical history has been completely converted. But what? Now, as it happens, ladies and gentlemen, I do my own, as you know, I do my own experiments if I can. I see things and I think, yeah, I'll do that. Now, I have done it in the past, but when the jab first came out, I started checking people when I found out about the magnetic, the graphene oxide and it's injected. I did do a few of those tests myself quietly, and but it was Mark Steele, very proactive expert on the 5G and the impacts that the 5G technology will have on the human body, especially the ones that are being injected. He has a team of people that are working to go around and show people that they can put magnets on the rocks, but they're not injecting people with a jab. I have no idea. No idea at all that they've got something magnetic in their arm that's emitting a Bluetooth signal and all the rest of that, right? So of course, they didn't get consent to have that inserted into their body, they didn't get consent. So they weren't given informed consent, so therefore the medical profession failed in one of its duties. Yes, last year I did actually read the Margot files on I did actually do a podcast type thing a few months ago when I read Boris Johnson's book. It's actually now, they've changed the title to The Virus. But, that was predictive programming as well. So, anyway, so I just decided yesterday I happened to be in the right place at the right time, and there's a lady who I know who I know she has to get jobs because of her work, and so I just decided to do my own magnet test on her. So you can see it when it's suggested. If anyone would like the injection to the left, you can charge the government for that. Even then, you tell people a local image or magnetic, depending on whether it's a big company or whether it's something else. I'm serious. I didn't want to say, I didn't want to use the language that come up with the people Mark's doing. I didn't want to the nano antenna, self-forming magnetic. I didn't want to scare her any more than she did, which then, because, it's a shock. A shock. She's had 3 injections, and she went, why do you think that they would suggest that people have them on both arms? Is that what you're tracking? And really going through sensors and things to, do you think? So they covered it, they got them in both arms so they wouldn't have to worry for future. She just found out, yeah. Yeah, she didn't have any idea. So I had to be careful. I didn't want to distress her too much. Yeah. She didn't know. Well, I mean, it's still, people don't have a clue. They think that they've got a free shot. And she said she didn't suffer from bad side effects after the jab, so I'm very careful when I do it. I just don't want to distress me too much. This is the same thing never got the jab, but you have to get your swab test in hospital. Magnet sticks to the bridge of your nose. I don't think I've checked the village with magnetic parts of what she what's still on that? I will try that later and let you know later. I'm going to bump a few again and I've got that magnet swabbing. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't get see people really. It's just so sad. It's so depressing. I don't know what the answer is. Can a real way to get those things? The arm removed? The antenna? Really? I mean, I've never had an operation of it. It's just how they take it out. Now, obviously, whilst I'm still on this topic, you know, Robert Kennedy Jr. I tell you what, he put up a new book about it. I don't know the actual word, but it's to do with Anthony Fauci. I started reading this book on air, and he wrote to see the person, to see the details, to see obviously how much that preacher had been up to all these decades, and you know, he was cohorts, and how much funding, all the rest of it. The program, the attempt to cause the human body efficiently without being obvious what's causing it. And I was just, for somebody as well known, honestly, he's one of the most famous people on this planet, being the brother of John Kennedy, right? John Kennedy. So, it was quite disheartening for me to think of person so powerful as this man, who knows what he knows, and has written a book, and we still have Fauci out there just spouting garbage and continuing this bioweapons program. I couldn't finish reading the book. I couldn't finish reading the podcast because it was just so upsetting. And I haven't read the chapter about children, what he's done to children, but, you know, it's just not picking up enough steam. It's the revelations that he's come out with. Sorry, the nephew. Sorry. I said brother, didn't I? Time war. Enemy. Oh, yeah. Wow. John, I'm thinking of John Jr. That's what I'm thinking of. Sorry about that. Nephew. Just testing. I was just testing to see if the internet dropped everybody. To see how switched on the world secret attention. So now you know weekend comes to Karen Kingston from the fighting for the return whistleblower says that the main goal of the COVID-19 injections also being labelled with the vaccines is to weaponize a human being's immune system to kill itself. How do you put it? How do you put it that way? Just chilling. And again, I asked the question, Karen Kingston, what took you so long? You must have known this for years. They've been working on this for years. This, and it's COVID-19, obviously it's in capital letters because why? Because it is an acronym for certification of vaccination ID AI. And of course, certification is this, you know, whatever, you know, thing in your arm. Yeah, that is right. said, you know, it's a lot of all these blows coming out now, but where the hell were they when, you know, the Kremlin came up? And as a child, I didn't know the anti-critics were giving them a very good beforehand. That's it. I mean, this is our future that we've got to look forward to. Now, of course, violent and veteran vendors consistently engaging in illegal and corrupt marketing practices and bargaining positions and suppressing adverse trial results since 2002. The company succeeded to assess $2 billion in criminal convictions, civil penalties, and jury after the injury was allowed. You know, I feel like it's wash once repeat. And of course, this again, and any other time, they've been a death knell for a company, but when you've got everybody who's in charge and getting paid for it, then the Pfizer payment to the Department of the Treasury, wire transfer, of $2.8 no. Yeah, no. Somebody said that was 2 billion, that's 2 million. And I said that down to okay, so that's $2,800,000 being paid. Paid off. Bribery money, tax money. COVID-19 MRI checked out 6th of May 2021, so the Department of the Treasury came off, there is, in print, global product development. Biotech and Pfizer, of course, they have to Trump again. We are holding on now to Trump. Yes, it's something which can be. They have to take their power back. They have always been in charge of it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just going to be it's actually no one. Now, 76 workers, I'm sure they're not giving. No, you die of bleach poisoning or something. If you inject yourself with bleach and disinfectant. I don't think that could be the concept of this vehicle. I think like, close to be highly dangerous for that sensitive workers. I'm just saying. I mean, just I don't have any bleach, just having it on your skin would be bad. Yeah, Michael, you go, but man. And for independent announcement how the immune system kills itself. The program of injecting in liquid bodies is to produce stuff. It says attack. It's horrible. So, and yesterday I did mention as well, it's amazing how things go quiet, but with these injections, a lot of people have been trying to reduce them on religious grounds. I mean, obviously, everybody should reject them on the one ground, which is the fact that they're using fetal stem cell technology to inject into, and the HEK293. Listen to this one here, we'll get into it actually, about the HEK293, which is one of the substances listed in this report, complete compulsion. And aging card, and I don't know if I'm going to do that again. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, sorry, it's a bit of a time lag on the display, so this is New York City Free. It's a new channel, so new one. Aging card, in the blinder, a number of the reason why there's a 293 bomb is because it takes 290 So now they have a chance to find the worst of it, but they're pretty close to that. You never know, but reading this article, when somebody that comments to them takes section, and this is what I do, and it confirms like a little bit of a right, kidney has to be developed. Listen, hey, Joe, oh my God. And you have to be alive. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Anyway, regardless, I know that HEK 293 has been listed, but, let me just read out the exact definition, or the, of what it is. And it's highly relevant to what people are, I don't know, I'm gonna have to look into it more, potentially. Obviously saw the HEK 293. The human embryonic kidney 293 cells, also often referred to as HEK 293 product, specify a specific immobilized cell line deriving spontaneously spontaneously miscarried or aborted fetus, or human embryonic kidney cells grown in tissue culture. Doing claims they just created in a petri dish. Taken from the female fetus in 1973. They've been widely used in cell biology, so they're used for testing, right? For testing viability and all that. So they're not actually necessarily in the ingredients. Interesting, yes! Oh my gosh, John! That is it! The whole vaccine is based on child sacrifice. Absolutely fitting. You are correct. Wow. Wow. Now, HEK 293T is a limited human cell line that expresses a mutant version of the X40 large T antigen. Now, what I'm going to say to you, of course, is that I do believe that these were taken out and then diseased. They're transfected, which is process of deliberately introducing naked or purified nucleic acids into eukaryotic cells, that's it, kidney cells. And they also refer to other cells that I think lie in the organs. Anyway, but I have no answer. I'll tell you, it is all Frankenstein. But this is on Wikipedia if you'd like to take a look, just type in HEK 293. Quite fascinating and disturbing and just horrendous. It's just what the hell? It's information war. There's, I don't know, it's so weird. And for those of us who have been awake for so long, It's so the obvious. And this, of course, is something else that I haven't been able to get to the bottom of. I'm going down a bit of a rabbit hole now. Now, we know that, only captured 80 kilos of meat of program nuts for decades. That's why you don't eat processed food. And I say, I don't know, I've heard some horrific stuff about McDonald's, and I don't know if that's vegans who just decided to make up that story about McDonald's, to stop people eating hamburgers. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. But, all of what is potentially going to be revealed to the wider world. And sometimes, but the unrelenting people. Oh yeah. Now, Donald Trump in 2012. That's when I read the Figure Glass again. I think I saw that. And the thing I find very difficult with that aspect, okay, let me just say, I put this image up of the Dreamer Phone situation. Donald Trump in 2012 doing a tweet intentionally spelling the word children incorrectly. And the reason for that was coding because apparently it's linked to a company, an organisation called Alibaba to do with the Dream Phone. It's called Children a Dream Phone, which obviously is a component that supposedly gives people like a transmit youth or something, which we know is obviously harmful to children. I mean, what's going on? How so many people kept quiet for so long? How is this? How did we get here? Is my question. Never in my life, before 2016, 15, 16, never heard of videos, never heard of a dream, didn't know what a dream was. Nothing. And yet, it's so prolific, all of this apparently, I just find it's just mind-blowing. It has been so widely done for so many years by so many people in the cabal that, how have us regular people, how have we missed this? How have they failed to begin on it? But I suppose a lot of this stuff is done from hidden places, underground, and tunnels, and all that stuff that we're talking about. But all the tunnels and everything are apparently being obliterated. But it could be because of a lot of the floods, a lot of the earthquakes and all that stuff. But it was, it all has to be. I'm choosing to be cautious with what I think is happening. I do pray that it's not a big, gotcha. Obviously, it's never going to be fulfilled. Having said that, we do know, obviously, what's happened to Epstein, Weinstein, Maxwell, Prince Andrew to a degree. Why did Prince Andrew do about it? Did anyone know what happened with that? Oh, because he wasn't tried, was he? He wasn't able to be tried. It was a civil death, wasn't it? Anyway, so 2012, Donald Trump, obviously, living in Crown Office, public figure and all that, is amazing businessman. Came out with that text, got to do something about these missing children, grabbed by the perverts, 2 instance fast trial and death penalty. And of course, he recently referred to the death penalty in his, I think, I don't think it was in the last time. You cook yourself. In fact, I'm going to have to try with that. I think that a lot of our focus course, we know. A lot of our problems, particularly those of us who've got physical problems, with inflammation, nerve inflammation and joint pain and all stuff that's going on, a lot of it has to do with what we eat. We are what we eat, of course, because we're a bunch of cells stuck together, live living things. So I'll put this map up, just by the way, because, you know, I see this stuff in the background, all the information from the Q forces in the Telegram, and it's just really much information, and it all makes sense for it to not be that. But obviously, the problem I have is it's not updated, and I guess if it was being shown out there in the open, then there would be an open door, I guess, would be a lot more, you know, open dialogue with it, I guess, yeah. But I mean, I've been seeing this and doing this for several years. Guns are going down. We've got more people in the chat than some subscribers that I can see saying, Hitler, down was getting destroyed worldwide, some white hats, sunburned, replaced by black hats. Guns going down. Oh yeah, so he says to John, and my best friend is drinking a Coke. I told him the human embryos and beverage person kept drinking. I mean, that's what's happened really. I believe that if 20 years ago, when you would once say that to somebody, that friend, the friend would have started out and choked at something else. And I think now, and every time you say something, it should have a person who's chanting thing, oh really, that's a lot of more. It's what you get a bit of, you know, it's, oh yeah, what can you do? Oh, isn't it terrible? Yeah, what's up with the one tonight, dog? Shocking. You think I want to yeah. But I'm looking at this, checking it, I just can't believe it. I'm hoping that at some point we'll have a reckoning and we'll see that the dams have been destroyed and there are no more tunnels and the children are saved. But, you know, I'm feeling a little bit jaded by it all, to be honest. Because of course, I'm from the life and of the time as everybody, those people here, everybody here, they've been accused, just the Kudos. And I was trying to tell them the people, and I thought, oh, you know, when I saw in 2017, I saw the news be arrested, that John Podesta was going to be arrested, that the news was going down, I thought, oh my God, she's going to come. Yeah, there are couples in the White House, as soon as you get to the White House, it's going to start, you know, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong. So, you know, 5 years on, and still seemingly going on, and still revealed about some human trafficking, seeing what's going on at southern border of America, with the tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people, child trafficking, human trafficking, at just ridiculous numbers, still unchecked. And again, we're having a bunch of, and there are, no doubt, except for countries that have controlled borders and aren't into the imperialist agenda or under the thumb, you know, it's just on steroids, this influx of foreign people who are foreign in culture, mindset, and hostile towards our world, and they've been being brought in by our own governments. And of course, you know, so now let's say, you know, we're into people find out hospitals murder patients, right, all over the country with ventilators in order to collect the $14,000 per COVID deaths. My argument with this, again, is, you know, this has been common knowledge almost since it happened. It's been leaked out. And unfortunately, most of the people have been injected. I mean, the problem, so how long are we going to be around? I mean, it's all just so dark. It's dark. I I know the rules of justice turn slowly. I know, I get it. But you know, here's the thing. We are, I believe in uncharted waters, uncharted territory. There's nothing, it's pretty much good versus evil. And, you know, trying to jump on the book when the people causing all the damage couldn't give a rat's behind about the book, have made the garbage whatsoever and laugh at it. I mean, you're expecting to go by the same rules. You've seen your book. I mean, no. So, I just find, I don't know. That's just me. I get it and I don't get it. That's the problem. The frustration, you know, just every time I see a child, or maybe a child that's dropped dead, or a person who's dropped dead before their time, purely because of, they let me into the bioweapon. I think that was more needed. And, now, I hesitate to show you to go over. I do hesitate to go over some of the stuff. It's the sort of fake media things. Hang on a second. I know. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Thank you. So we can just put a link in my Telegram, public Telegram channel. And yeah, few series. Okay, we'll just do the video. And bring it over to what I'm looking at. This is, of course, the immediate page of the AstraZeneca duty jab. And manufacturer's address is Million. Oh, it's Million. You can give it 6 minutes on Liverpool, very information about this medicine. Contact AstraZeneca in the UK Limited and make a telephone number. Now we have an image from the Google and against one of the addresses. Letting me be Limited. Oh my Lord, Liverpool. Okay, my mouth is dropped open and I'm in a little bit starting to... So... I can't read it, unfortunately, because it's blurry. Manufacturing chemical commerce. Between time, 3 a.m. Wow. I've just been stunned inside. Oh yeah. Oh no.
You've got the CBDC that requires ID. So what's the big problem, Magic? What's wrong with that? Think about it. Every single transaction in your life that you ever do and ever have done will be logged and registered on an open ledger, because that's what the blockchain is. Now, Bitcoin avoids this because you don't need your name on your Bitcoin wallet, so there'll be a number on the blockchain ledger. Yes, you can be traced by some clever detective work. That's fine, that's not cash. But what CBDCs are is your national identity tied to a digital currency that will log every single one of your transactions forever. Because once it's on the blockchain, you can't erase it. And that gives you absolutely no anonymity. And the second concern is control, because this currency can be programmed. And when it's programmed, it means it can be set by government, and it can determine what you purchase, and what you sell, and what you buy.
And so if you go back to Canada and what happened with the truckers' protests, of course there the problem is, if you're a persona non grata, if you support a cause, if you support something with magazine or platform that is thinking outside of the box, the one it is, you can be penalized, and of course, it's an incredible problem. So these are the problems that this currency presents. Now, it's going to come anyway. Nothing much we can do to stop it. So I'm going to conclude by saying, how do we make sure that our rights are guaranteed, even though this phenomenon is on the horizon and is coming at us anyway? And the answer there is we've got to make sure that we protect the off-ramp. Whatever that off-ramp is in the form of a decentralized digital currency that allows for you to trade without being traced and tracked and without being controlled, we've got to make sure that that currency, that off-ramp, that decentralized version is protected. And it's no coincidence, on my last point, that countries around the world, led by China, but others as well following them, are banning Bitcoin exchanges. So our responsibility becomes to protect the off-ramp so that there's a choice, so that you're not permanently involved in what is total slavery or serfdom.
Today's imagine now, I think just from a personal opinion, this man has been singularly responsible for really sabotaging our country with regard to the whole Islamic jihad situation, which is all about a political level, and he really has a really dark, vile history. He's in an Islamic group, and he's arrested in Egypt because he was trying to encourage the overthrow of the government there. So this guy has really, he's a real friendship strategy, and obviously when he comes up with information that is accurate and relevant and important, then I'll play. But to be honest, I have to hold my nose and after when I feel we need to play something that we talked about, but it is I really can. Yeah, it's the thing is that you don't want to get mixed up with the centralized digital currency, ladies and gentlemen, and decentralized. And I'm going to do something again on that just to make sure that we was accurate on what he's talking about, because there's definitely a difference between what the governments have planned and have in place. They've already got in place, just finalising, dotting the I's and crossing the T's with regards to the whole climate control, climate, social credit score, and all that dump. And obviously the whole cryptocurrency, decentralized finance, decentralized exchanges, which means that they're not controlled by central banks. And I invite anybody who is not listening to the word cryptocurrency, alternative currency coins, alternative. It's not about money per se, it's a whole different financial system which is coming into being, and there's two aspects to it. One is centralized, which is happens to be the digital currency as well, and decentralized is also digital currency. But one of you have, from my belief and understanding, control of it, the other is you won't. But and they'll be working off the same system. Anyway, just say it. We know this is coming. We know this is coming, and really a lot of people are saying it's just absolutely do not want to know anything about it. But you're going to cut your nose off despite the face. It is inevitable what is coming. So I would highly recommend you look into it. Just take a look at something. And what I'm thinking of doing is maybe potentially, because I've been aware of this for 5 years, since 2017. I first was really became very interested in the technology and what it was about. And it was a friend who spoke to me about it, and I started looking into it, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. But that was 5 years ago, and the difference I've seen in 5 years of the development and involvement of this future technology, which is here, it's never real. And remember that all of the bad stuff that you've heard about crypto has come from the mainstream media. It's been proud of they talk about it being black market, dirty money, dark money, and all that stuff, because they really didn't want, and didn't want people to know about the actual alternative currencies. Okay? So remember, just remember. I tell you what, I've been mentioning this on my podcast for quite some time. I've been bringing up crypto, and every single time I mention it, I get nothing but 99% rejection, pushback. Don't talk to me about it. It's it's globalist. It's whatever. It's it's a common pyramid scheme, whatever. But I see it. I see the information. I know I don't give financial advice at all. I'm just saying what I do, and just suggesting that people look into it. There's plenty. There's tons of information out there in the ether to do with crypto, see what it's about, and just TikTok. So out of interest, put a while in the chat if you have anything to do with cryptocurrencies, alternative currency, not the Bitcoin thing and Ethereum, but actually altcoins. Put a one if you have an interest in it, or two if no, you don't. One if yes, two if no. Hi, I bought it in crypto. Wait, thanks to me. Thank you, by the way. I'll just take it in. Easy money is a tip. One but no investments. What we're thinking now, by the way, is that, well, actually, I'm not going to go into it at this juncture. I won't talk about it. I just, and just FYI, okay, if what I see on the horizon, all the majors on here, it won't take much other investment. Say you've got a few dollars or pounds in a savings account, which is earning no interest whatsoever. If that was in a particular cryptocurrency, it would be pretty amazing what happens to it. I just asked if anybody was listening, is it involved with cryptocurrency in any way, has any crypto, or two if no, not, don't. Again, Digging Gold has gold and silver, which again, that's, it's alternative to fiat. Alternative to the fiat currency, which is what's been completely made totally worthless. That's why we're in the state we're in. Carb 16 knows if any one coin will make it, it hasn't been made yet. That's the thing, but I'll tell you what. No, I would suggest that you are highly incorrect there. That's the, it's definitely, but I understand people can. So, you like paying bills, every now and then you get to the roof. Money's going to be worthless, and your money, the money that you have in your bank account is going to suddenly switch to being controlled by the government, and you're going to be on a carbon bloody BS. If that comes to pass, because, we have the plan, trust the plan is bad. So, I mean, obviously the intention of the dark side of the bar is to have total control over you, everybody, everything. water to land to food, right to the people. And obviously the particles, the social political, all that stuff is part of their system, but of course, from what I believe and understand, is the plan of the White House to thwart. It's as though we're going to be brought to the brink of disaster, and right at the 11th, 12th hour, is it 11th hour? Well, if it's going to happen, and the deep state's going down. In a big time, big versus evil, and God wins every time. It's getting to that point where the reckoning. Get your beds here, get your beds here. So what's positive thinking with you? Crypto as it is, as it now is history. Okay, I'm not going to have a debate. I can't debate on via this platform because there has to be a two-way conversation. One, to the central bank, really, it's brought to mid-speeds. Now again, so the nonsense that we're going to go through right now, this is the plan, it's part of the agenda, the island as well. I actually mentioned here in Australia and Canada a lot, but it looks close to how there's terrible activities going on in a small line of islands. And then I'm the culture of doing this. It's a huge t-shirt, whatever you call it. And, so this is, I wonder if they're going to join the Dutch model. So Northern Ireland faces lots of immediate and power to meet climate targets and positive and rubbish. The climate change have got nothing to do with the bloody climate. Northern Ireland's Assembly's first climate act will require the farming sector to reach net zero carbon emission by 2050. Yeah. I mean, anything it's Tuesday. Yeah, the whole of this has to do with we really may take somebody says I really want to buy just to get out of the currency. Okay, listen. Do you know, I didn't mean to do this. I'm going to spend a small portion of my evening broadcast to reference point people to some of the content providers that I personally respect and are tried and tested in my world of crypto. So I may be a little bit of a portion because it didn't remind me about that. I mean, anything to do with the money, everything else, you've got the scammers out there and you've got the, on the one hand I say it is going to make a difference, it's going to make you potentially, I don't know exactly what, I don't know that word, but anyway, as I said, I've been here 5 years, very, honestly, 5 years, 5 long years. Looking at it and listening, checking and verifying, and so I could, I'm planning to just sort of give information for people's entertainment, and just to say that, I didn't recommend taking it up, because TikTok. Crazy times. Oh yeah, sorry, these things are experts, okay, I was going to play that, I did thank you for that link, and so I'll just play this video, just by the way, I have so much to show you later, but honestly, I get going. What happens to me. I love these topics. I use said, I'll be totally pre-sounding talking at UN. I could show you the dark side utopia. We know it. We know it. And to be honest with you, it's just more BS, isn't it? Alright, this is the experts. This is Tony Hannah. Hang on. Wait.
Every sign which reads, in this house, we believe.
Hang on. Let me just get it back. This is only 8 minutes. So, 8 minutes, and then it's give me budget time. Budget time! Tony Hannah.
Hello, this is Tony Hall from WhatFunScience.com. One of my neighbors has this sign which reads, in this house, we believe science is real. Another neighbor has this sign, we believe in God, the Father Almighty. Both signs are statements of religious faith, but the owner of this sign probably isn't aware of that. Science isn't about belief, it's about details. So let's look at some details, or a lack thereof, from the National Snow and Ice Data Center. They show Arctic sea ice extent steadily declined since 1979. But if we look at the data in more detail from the Norwegian Meadow, we see something completely different. Over the last 15 years, there's been no trend in Arctic sea ice. And the 365-day mean is the highest it's been in 7 years. This graph is very misleading, and we might wonder why it began in 1979. According to the United Nations, the Arctic sea ice satellite record began in 1979. But the United Nations' own report from 1990 told a completely different story. In 1990, the United Nations said, satellite observations have been used to map sea ice extent were too late since the early 1970s. He also said that from 1972 to 1975, sea ice extent was significantly less. You can see this in the United Nations graph from 1990. This was 1979, which was the peak, but in 1974, sea ice extent was much lower. So the United Nations threw out all the inconvenient data from before 1979, and now they tell the public that it doesn't exist. Now let's look at why sea ice extent was so high in 1979. This graph shows temperatures at the capital of Iceland since the year 1900. You can see that 1979 was the coldest year on record. The warmest year was 1939, but 40 years of cooling led to a lot of sea ice in the Arctic. This graph is from the 1985 Department of Energy report, which was the predecessor to the United Nations report. It shows that sea ice extent during the 1950s was much lower than it was in the early 1970s. Again, from the early 1970s until 1979, there was another large increase in the amount of ice. So by hiding all the inconvenient data before 1979, the National Snow and Ice Data Center and the United Nations are defrauding the public. In 1958, the New York Times discussed ice loss from the Arctic during the first half of the 20th century. They said the polar ice pack is 40% thinner and 12% less in area than it was a half-century earlier. They predict that the Arctic would be ice-free within a generation, and that ships would sail over the North Pole. Now, between 1958 and 1970, the world cooled dramatically. By 1970, the United States and the Soviet Union were mounting large-scale investigations to determine why the Arctic climate was becoming more frigid, why parts of the Arctic sea ice had recently become ominously thicker, and whether the extent of that ice cover contributes to the onset of ice ages. In 1974, the National Center for Atmospheric Research showed that sharp cooling prior to 1970. But NASA has since made that cooling disappear. In 1958, the Arctic was rapidly melting, but by 1970, the ice was expanding very quickly. The only way this could have occurred is if the Earth cooled dramatically between 1958 and 1970. The 1974 graph from the National Center for Atmospheric Research appears to be legitimate, but the current NASA graph does not match the historical record. The cooling didn't suit NASA's political agenda, so they simply erased it. Ice doesn't lie, but government fund scientists do. Now let's look at some details about the decline in sea ice during the 1980s and 1990s. Between 1988 and 1996, there was a sharp decrease in the amount of thick, old, multi-year ice. People generally assumed that this was due to the ice melting during the Arctic summer. But now we're going to look at some more details to see if that belief is accurate. This animation shows what the ice was doing every month from 1988 to 1996. But what's actually happening is that the ice was flowing during the winter out of the Arctic Basin down the east coast of Greenland, where it melted in the North Atlantic Ocean. The ice did not melt in place in the Arctic Basin. What happened was during the winter, it was blown by the wind out into the North Atlantic. So if you see a lot of ice down the east coast of Greenland, that means the Arctic is losing a lot of ice. In yesterday's video, I posted this comparison map showing how the sea ice extent was about the same as it was on the same date in 1995. And somebody posted this comment about that map. Jim O'Hara said he generally supported me, but did not like the 1995 to 2022 comparison. And the reason he didn't like it was because there was more ice in 1995 around Greenland than in 2022. But if you like Arctic sea ice, a lot of ice in western Greenland is actually a bad thing. It means that ice is flowing out of the Arctic. Details matter in science, and many academics don't seem to understand them. In 2009, Canada's leading Arctic experts said, multi-year Arctic ice is effectively gone. But that claim isn't true. About 30% of the ice in the Arctic Ocean has been around for more than 1 year. And there's been essentially no change since Canada's leading expert made that claim in the year 2009. As you've already seen, earlier decline in all thick Arctic sea ice was caused by ice blowing into the Arctic during the winter, not summer melting. That trend, however, stopped about 13 years ago in 2009. Now let's look at some more misinformation from Canada's leading expert in 2009. Vast sheets of impenetrable multi-year ice which can reach 80 meters thick have for centuries blocked the path of ships through the Arctic. That sounds very dramatic, but in 1958 the New York Times rejected that position. They said, although the idea that a solid ice sheet covers the central Arctic has lingered stubbornly in the popular fancy, the northern cap of ice worn by our planet is actually thin crust. On the whole, only about 7 feet or 2 meters thick, and that's the same as today. The ice around the North Pole is about 2 meters thick. The ice closer to Greenland and Canada is closer to 5 meters thick. Ships are getting stuck in the ice because people are listening to these fake experts. One of the truly great scientists of my lifetime was Richard Feynman. He said, science is the belief in the ignorance of the experts. People who put up signs like this in their yard, which read, in this house we believe science is real, probably have no understanding of what science is all about. Belief is a statement of religious faith, not scientific understanding. My faith is in God, and I've climbed with officers like Michael Mann, Captain, Aegon, and Joe Biden. I appreciate all the miracles in my life every day, like Toto, Kyrie, Caesar, Toki, and Nikola. You can visit them all on the web. I have no problem stocking.
Oh, there you go. Something like you talk about to do. It's just, you tell me that. That was, thank you for that link. So just to make sure everybody, the ice isn't melting. You're not experiencing the highest challenge caused by mankind. Although having said that, you could very well be. We are, with the geoengineering, a dark and all that part. Of course we are experiencing bizarre events, weather events, artificially caused by idiotic entities of the toxin. Right, so I'm going to show you this, this was put in mentioned by Red Rob. I got the quote. So yeah, interesting. And yet, this music killed them all, what, because they were awakened to the reality of our world, right? Very interesting. Well, then, on that happy message. Oh, I did like to bring you troubles and celebrate when they're happy with two and the others. I do try. It's really to be a bit good. Oh no, actually, having said that, to be fair to myself, which I was trying to be fair to myself, you know, I just feel that the whole ice pack melting, BS, rubbish, nonsense, it's just that, it's just a fiction of the imagination of the dark side. Indeed. Well, it sounded like a Prince what's his face, Harry. I had to play this for you, you know, just to say, he was there, is it?
The way that's been battered. As this, on the face, the scene everyone screams exhausted in the station. I understand.
So,
This has been a painful year, in a painful decade.
oh,
We're living through a pandemic that continues to ravage communities in every corner of the globe.
it does? Really?
Climate change, wreaking havoc on our planet.
Really?
With the most vulnerable suffering today. The few populating lies and disinformation the world is experiencing many more. After the horrific war in Ukraine, falling back due to human rights here in the United States, we are witnessing a global assault on democracy and freedom.
Yeah, you have to, but it's all being bought by big law, not ours, I believe. People just having lectured by simple premise. What an absolute... Okay. Yeah, and Ukraine, right? The Nazi capital of the world, and the West is supporting fascism. He's just a little totalitarian puppet who's just obeying, get paid off by, who cares? Just, I support President Putin, 100%. I support the Russians and I support the Ukrainian people, but not those who support Zelensky. I shouldn't be this many steps. Okay, you get off something? Let's do it for you. Yeah, let's talk about Ukraine. Exactly, we can go back to the stage talk. But give it budget time. There you go. The dog eats closest to what for them, bless them. Didn't even have that sideways. I put them on the treating Bible, but I know the words treating the Bible majority. That's the Bible. It's the official Bible on budget, but that's how they come at the time of made at that size. It's literally one budget fits in at a time. And if I tried to put anything bigger, I wouldn't be able to film it at the same time, so honestly, it's so funny. They're so bitchy to each other. What is it? They're so, unless they like, a little buddy, they are just cacking in, swiping in. They go to a lot. I did do my best to keep them on the cool weather, keep them on the cool ground, because that one was undercover. It's so funny. I know it's a blessing. I thank the people for my good fortune to be able to be with these amazing creatures, and they do keep me grounded, to be honest, because I would suggest that 99% of my time is spent just looking at content, looking at information that is just flooding our airways, and it's quite... to me, I thought I might do a couple of Space Enemies, Miss Marple things for tomorrow, because I've seen a couple of videos where the detail is questionable. I think that the information that's been given in my own side is actually correct, but I do appear to there's almost my time is almost up tested in the house. Good evening. Good afternoon, good evening. Attention, you're on the toilet. Hey, did I get a link from Pets and you just said hello to the best buddy Michael? Right? Hey, hello. Hey, Packets. Hey, Packets. Yes, Steve. It's going to be the card. No, we just saying, tell me the castle, right? The comedy and it's the game. It doesn't matter if I need to do the Chinese accent because it's not really said, but the name is different. The quality of all. Everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows. I'm not sure what I mean. What? Kebab is alright, let's go. Yeah. That cover everything that comes to know. So we can actually swapping the news here. We're going to check my day, maybe we need to check. How many days do I come? How much time should I take? Like, it's really big, it's a lockdown. It should be a day that it's talked about, and I'm sure a lot of actions. I haven't seen it for a while, actually. How long is that, please? Great. And now with today, yes, I'm starting to get warmer and warmer. It is now currently, it's 100 degrees in where I'm going at the moment. This is where I am situated right now. Where thought too, don't you? Not to
Well, 200 degrees in my apartment in Ikea, but
I'm sorry, yeah, I kept it from yesterday. Yeah, Amy, my friend that lives in the UK is Michigan, and he said yesterday his brother had to look in some kind of factory where it's like it's one of those heated food cooking places. He had to go do maintenance, and so he was concerned, but he didn't mind.
And to say it's all exaggerated, right? Everything's been exaggerated. The human body's pretty stout, the one hasn't been injected with heroin. So, that's pretty much, it's not human, is it? It's environment.
Yeah, well, I think humidity and guns not bad out there.
That's right. No, it's not. It's perfect. It's dry. The humidity there is what gets you. But still, it depends on the temperature. When it gets to 100, that comes about as it's humid as well. Like, oh, we're there. Melting, but I love it anyway. It's only a bit today. It's really back in the 70s, so what they're doing is they're making taking garbage as always as a situation for their narrative, and it's going to be convenient for a couple of days, and then back to normal. So, yes, indeed, text it in there, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you can, let's do a check on. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm going to just quickly steal the display for a moment, just before I check out. Check it, sign off. Not check out, I can't flip. I'm not in a jump. In notes, so the latest count is in 2016 for Wow. So, my phone's broken again, everyone about it, so, if I can, I'd to cook it out. Yeah, I've been cooked it out, and I thought it is a bit of a cake. Oh my goodness, I went through that one. Thank you so much. And look at that one. Nobody else will say this, but that's amazing. Okay, we're going to do that. Please do, if you can, Michael. Please do. He's an amazing man. Gives a lot and doesn't ask for a lot. So, if you can help engage in me, that'd be wonderful. And that being said, let's do the design and have it just make the start reaching Michael. Okay? Or Michael Lee in the chat, Michael 717. Is it 717 or 717? It's 717. You put it in your team. Yeah, I got to put it. So, for the next time you're doing if you try my friends, then your children will be next. I will be back to earlier time at 9 a.m. UK to 12 minutes. Of course, before that, I will be on tonight on the radio broadcast. I'll be live in Foxhole and Crowdhub and all that stuff. And it's the same Thursday. Please do join me again tonight, 9 o'clock UK time, for Eastern Standard Time. And there you have it. So, take care, everybody, but remember to come up this between next. Till latest, till the next time, stay cool. Let's do that.
yes, you please take me out. Okay, good morning, folks. It is Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, and it's all going forward. What's the number today, kids? 17, 18, 19, 1? Yeah, okay. I think it's the 18th. So let's get this party. Let's get this started party, and we'll see you in 2.
Stripes and flying stars all the time, all the sweet boys were so good. Please treat me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, around the world, folks. It's top and down.
You're listening to We the People, Detroit Soapbox, 24/7 Main Street.
He always picks the best songs. I've been thinking that, picking, well, it is coming. They keep the booking on the other side of the behind. They keep it the 19th of July. Usually, I've been here for a year now. And it's just really working on here. Trying to do stuff because it seems like it's strategy just a long time ago. Okay, it's July 19th. Seems like I know. I'm looking forward to when the time space continue to go on. We may not be strong by then. But I'm outside of time, right? He's not in time. Yeah. Hey, you know, by what you mean, man, I'm not in time. Yeah, time goes. China don't take it by. She thinks it's going fast. She did a year ago, she did 10 years. 10 years. We got 10 now. And even me just listening to TSB since like 4 years, almost 4 years. It was just like a month ago because, you know, I was staying up all night listening and all this stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, and you see some people, I'll track, today's people do not sleep. They don't. I say, oh, that's her. I like that, but I don't think we were doing this stuff. I don't know if you're doing that. You can talk about it. Let's get the brain going. Okay, let's find out what's today. Looks like we're doing this today. That's a shut off. Well, you know, it did that all day long. They had trouble with the meetings. Okay, let's see. Let's go and say good morning. He's on Rumble right now. We have 6 watching right now. He's on the chat, but he's on chat. And then on Bob, we have Crafty Fox and Crafty Fox. I don't think it said good morning yet. It sounds like it's on, so it's hard to do it right now. So far, just Crafty Fox on the chat. But I know that other people, you know, I had trouble getting Vaughn up again. I don't know what's going on because I tried to still, he doesn't have live videos. He's working on it. I saw the message. And of course, Phil just a fan of Vaughn. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they've done. But PSB is still hanging in there. Unlike yesterday. 136. Yes, what and going all that way, all back to good job. We have patience, right? Patience, right? God, you can't really know it because my brother, you see it, just to plug that, grab that, and just, you know, I'm you can have my, So that's for 10 more days. And I'm thinking about, if you're in pain, I can help you, then consider it done. So, all right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Don't wait. Yeah, don't wait, man. I will wait. That's okay. I got a trip for you. Yeah, fine. Okay, next thing is, one thing. Check out this asshole. I agree. I agree. Just check out, catching on with those things that way, but, I want to thank you for checking out with these so kind, that things out there. And I was wondering how the wife is doing.
Oh, no, we haven't heard about her yet.
I should hear about that. I was going to do it today. Get the children on, just tell them something about that's happening. And just, so Open, how you doing?
I hope you're getting your house together. I mean, speaking
Oh,
of
that's like, yeah, the job?
yeah. No, Steelers backed up to the base.
Oh, I know about that. Out there, I don't know something about veterinarians.
Guys, we know you want to tell your story. I know that we're listening. You're listening now.
Yeah, take advantage of that. Like, continue watch. And I go for anyone, for anybody, community. Give me a daddy. Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, I can see you.
Hey, are they gone, man? It's little, or is it gone?
Good morning, Kentucky. 2017. We got nice, 17. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Captain is in the house. She's everything else. One thing to do. And 26, how many 26 would you there? Coming, she'd be able to come in,
I miss Fear too, though. I wish we got the fact that I love that girl. Yeah, she had to meet somebody, so she said it'd be only about a week, but maybe it took longer.
Keep something in prayer. He lost an aunt, I know that aunt passed away, and it's something to remind for a couple days, so, I heard that this morning. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Something.
Something lost an aunt?
She lost an aunt.
Oh, no. Yeah. God bless him.
Yeah.
Bless anybody who wishes anybody to should.
I know.
Now, that's part of like this death and all going to be risen again, but still, let's start with the family.
It's just get what's changing. I don't mind waiting. You don't have to, just take advantage of alcohol. From 95 to go with the maximum. Making pain, it's a blessing. I have no problem.
We know what's inside.
Yeah. And in order to create it, I can't tell you how much pain I would be in.
We know when to find out about each other.
I take with people and crazy my hobby. He has a massive outbreak of hives. You don't know why.
He didn't get the jab, did he? He didn't get the jab.
To push it off. Okay? Hydrogen, people.
No, hard is just something that comes out and goes away, just like little blisters on your body, but they come out from allergic response to something. Stress, allergies, yeah.
No, okay. Okay, keep telling them how to encourage. I thought, I think I left. What's up, I left? With my return of my family, I was living Susie and Sue. Cool, I went to Stars and all somewhere. I thought I could
About Kansas, you know, something.
about bright green and not corn, bright green. And all of this taking the treatment of Lucia. And the reason Texas was drunk. The meeting this afternoon, a couple of times, morning, and
Tell me about that.
travel. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, what's laughing and all of that?
Well, we're going to Magic full time.
Yeah, he's coming. I'll be there. But when he left,
Yes, got it.
Florida, I'll be there, Magic. We'll be happy.
Okay, well, go get your bag there.
Oh, Benito Nashawanya Hamsha. Nashawanya Hamsha.
Kid says,
This would not be showing nice things.
he had to take off for sleep this morning.
Aww.
Wait a minute, what time is it over there?
Let's see.
6 o'clock.
It's 7.
Yeah.
That's okay. People do sleep after they eat someone.
I've heard of that. I mean,
Yeah, me too. I don't know it well, but...
I think after the show last night, I was, pretty excited about some bad stuff. We're going to control the projects, and then I took a break on 10 and a half. I was in the back room, I could be on the phone, I had, really the diesel pool, and I wanted to check my, mail, and I got sacked.
Crazy.
I'm doing really well. The kids are, this is part of the reason this place, it's just really, I can't have out of here now. Hey, look at that. If you only infer the F-bomb handles, it still costs 3, but I just say after the whole bomb.
No, that doesn't cost you. That's free.
That's creepy. Anyway,
Let's say, you're going to look at something. I don't know.
I was accosted. I was accosted on my way to the mailbox. I had the headset on, the cans cover your ear, and I had my tablet on, walking down there, and I heard them yelling behind me. And I thought I went back to the kid here outside the door. And I got close to the door, I turned around, and there was this neighbor here, the one that, can't keep that door. And it was up to girls with the music constantly, and it's so weird, because I was tired. I was excited, I was tired, I've been working hard, and a little bit painful, and sometimes it just means, when to hit you, I was terribly poor, and that's why I was going to be on guard. And I mean, I'm on guard, I mean, not one of my favorite, you quit.
It's a way harder.
It's a lot easier to let your guard down, even arbitrarily, accidentally. You're doing things for a while, and you're tired, and it's over for the chance of jumping you did. And it was just, I walked into I was across it. We're talking crime now. My detective around the police station. He said, Mark, parts of the authorities directed parts of the quality file charges a long time ago. This appears to be a wild collection of allowing spirits to pop in and take over control from time to time. And really, I should be honest, they only know nothing to me, so it's like, whatever. But they know that shit. They know you. We don't have to lay down the dark boards. That's why we get into Jesus Christ. And I know that I can't get this spirit out there. And by the way, you have to get revelation to do that. Sit with knowledge, with insurance fields. To actually cast spirit out somebody because that person has to want it. They have to want that, that person will want it, like this person.
You don't ever touch the person.
This one has 12 plates inside there. We brought their furniture and their Game Boy.
So you're all ready for the day.
Oh, man, he's getting moving out here. And I know that, because you could definitely see that. The Holy Spirit, the Holy Fire. So it's good. It's got some really cool clicks to it. You know, you realize flavors and weighing out. It's just really good. All those things. And for 1520. A little bit part pure. The neatest package of power, I call it. It's what separates you from the world. It's what gives you God 14 better. What should I do tell you also? Can't do that without the Holy Spirit. The power source. It's a lot of things. You know how to say, we call it deep state of what stuff, right? Oh, deep state. Give me a name for it. The claw,
I'm trying to think what it is.
What deep state? I told that okay, well, the Holy Spirit has like a lot of different things attached to it, so it's a multi-pass. That multi-pass. It's a multi-pass into with God. That you could be tongue, interpret, prophesy, with knowledge, with believing, sharing, spirit, faith, which is miracles, and healing, everything you could do. That requires the operation of a power source that is outside or beyond your physical realm. Okay, and that's oftentimes this individual is following, and that's stalking, by the way, my friends, that's stalking. You can actually trial. It's got to be just a proxy state. Can you even say that? You could actually, you would get one on a roommate. I did both that. But you know, that's not it has a, limitation, but and stipulated, okay, they're not allowed to do what she did. You know, they can't do all they would do through the way. You can't do it just, come back in the way. So that's not logical. You can't do that. But you can write it in such a way that they can't, if they yell at you, if they talk to you in any way, that goes against it, call a cop, boom, you're going to that kind of thing. So, anyway, the name of Jesus Christ is God of all power. But yeah, we know so did you hear that? Yeah, that's right. And, they know if you don't believe it. But when I have had to deal with this thing, it's following me around. And you know what it does? It likes to go for personal attack. Very specific. Things that wouldn't bother anybody else except you. Wouldn't bother except you. Or something often accusatory. You know, let's say accuser of the brethren. And accusations are so bizarre. I know you're telling this trash over here. I know you're doing a couple over there. I know you're putting this thing over there. Stuff like that. Man, that's really psycho shit. And it gets loud. It gets loud. And it gets annoying. And it follows me. Remember? Talking around with it. And a powerful big axe and that lady following him around. It took a while, but then after a certain point, we turned around and we used to, this is what it's like here. This is where I live, This is where I do my shows. This is my study place. I don't need to be bothered with that every single day. So, I'm on my way, and it starts doing that. I do turn around and I say, you are subject to the name of Jesus Christ, but you are still subject. And that means you have to be still and silent when I demand it. Every time I do that, and I'm effing around on that, wow. I won't, I really come to that close. Yeah. Push him kind of like a tingle bug. And you have that right to it. You didn't have to be bothered by that. And so you really just keep the spirit up. It's a good question. Well, it's good that I come back with more. Because God did tell you it's okay to do that. That's why. Yeah. That's what it is. Water thought she had a diabetes. Well, little wisdom is getting information from God to the visit. Probably not yet. Good sense. So I went out that I tried to explain more about little wisdom how to carry it out. So those are tools you need in toolbox to pull up something like that. But maybe it is that you can't do it. You might give you all those things to try to strengthen it and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay, so all right, kids. So much stuff going on. You know what? I'm gonna try. I don't know if this is gonna work. Maybe should I try? No, I'm not gonna. I'm looking at the band thing. Today's being recalcitrant, so a day of short fight. Sharing will help. Are you trying to share something? I have it. If I share it on tablet, can they see it? Yeah, they shouldn't. Okay, could you guys mind if I tried it? You can look it up. Yeah, sometimes. That's right. I'm going for it. I'll be trying. Behind for them songs, right? Try this. Uh-oh, this one. Get that anthem first. Okay, you shit. There you go. You wrinkled, but you did it. Yay, and then you fell. Yay. Yeah, we can see it. Remember, I've been checking through the video today. Well, this one thing from the test from the public health. Get the facts. Are vaccines safe? Yes, of course they are. They've been previously tested in our minds. Say that they're just too big a words. What's the name of that? Yeah, I like my papers. Vaccines are the best defense against getting COVID-19. True or false? Total bullshit. And you know what? The CDC had that on their website. Yeah, they said it. He's talking about, and we probably, at one point they all said that, okay? They all said, you know, immune system is 99.9, hell, agree with me. So, again, let's do it like this. Complete contradiction in hopes that they could still snag a few dummies. That's what she did to me. So, this is my favorite part. Vaccinated people have almost a zero chance of getting seriously ill from the virus. Live, oh, live. Outside, that's normal. It's untrue. Just something showing muscle or feel or something. These are normal. This is what these are normal reactions. Means your body is learning how to fight the virus. Right. That's why they have black box warnings saying don't get this if you have this effect. Yeah. Sky check this out. It's saying, oh, whatever you got going from the reaction, but it's just your body's way of fighting what? The virus, isn't it? What virus? It's fighting the jabs. Down here, so the vaccine do not contain live viruses. Oh, yeah, I know. Well, they are, they have mRNA that makes it live. And in essence, they say, well, the virus is in the shot,
want to look at what Bill just to with all the viruses he's expecting?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the little pandemics that he's expecting.
And this is just,
Billy Boy, it's
giving the dates from this organization in 11 viruses as potential candidates for the next pandemic. When I do that in my simple, stupid, logical mind, I look at that and go, what? You mean, how do they know? Because their plan is that simple. Head up to COVID, go where you got one. According to each funded international organization, there will be no available in what?
Catherine just said,
Nice. The Global Alliance for Vaccine Inset Gala identified baby viruses that have the potential to cause the next pandemic. They identified how do they preventing the first to devastate the world, and it won't be the last.
Ebola, SARS-2, yeah.
And this is global pandemic. According to the effort included Edmund Values International Organization created in 2000, a global vaccine alliance brings together public and private sectors with the purpose of saving lives and protecting lives across global and increasing use of vaccines in an ethical, sustainable manner. To build a Gates Foundation funded and has pledged a total of $4.1 billion to the organization so far. Oh my God.
Yeah.
At the 2020 Global Vaccine Talk, the Gates Foundation announced USD $1.6 billion for Gates' next 2021-2025 strategic period.
What else did we make to get them?
In addition to planning, the foundation pledged $150 million in support. Why? What's the 1.6 billion? It's entirely COVAX and to be sure equitable, that's why to make sure you get equitable access to vaccines or whatever. Is listed viruses that have the potential to erupt into global pandemics, as first mentioned in the disguise. That's what I got. Right? Good cherry, right? There we go. Rick Valley Fever, some of your band, you know. The Rick Valley Fever band. The risk of a pandemic from the disease that affects farm animals in the world. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention has classified Rift Valley Fever as a category of bioterrorist agent because of its potential to devastate large-scale agricultural, economics, and cause social disruption. Combined with the emergence of the new world species. We have a new world order, and now we have a new world species. It's causing explosions. We need to have something where viruses are becoming an increasing concern. I know coronavirus, let's put that in there, we can reach even living on other coronavirus. My colleague Amy said, COVID stands for Certificate of Vaccination ID. I love that, but I started it a long time ago. And they wanted people to step to that word, to get used to that word, to program the mind to accept that word, so that when they get their vaccination ID, it's, hey, well, we gotta get the same, you know? It's a condition in time soon, in my opinion. So I mean, it's coronavirus, another one. Mentioned that infections may help in chronic infection. Ongoing high-risk infection in many countries contribute to the emergence of variants capable of evading vaccine-induced immunity is currently contributing to COVID-19 translation.
I'm scared to look at that one.
This is all stuff that is out there for the water from the body. And you need people to find it.
Yeah, I'm going to clear my door. I have no second. Okay, hang on. Okay, oh my God. What were you on?
Well, correct it.
The wide geographic spread of the hard body, Hylomamba, origin and ticks. Okay, then here's CCHF virus, and it sounds like lines of people think that. And its specific circulation means the risk of spillover from animals to humans is high. Factors such as climate change, climate change, and the movement of livestock or wild animals may further increase its geographic spread. Then we have Lassa fever, whatever it is, some kind of the combination of a long incubation time and the fact that 4 in 5 people who become infected with Lassa virus have no symptoms means that the disease can spread easily through international travel. All right, here we go back to no symptoms. That is impossible. I mean, you could have it like, you could have it colonized in your nose, and if you pick your nose and rub your nose, you can spread it, but not asymptomatic. No. That really gets me every time I see that. People are stupid. People are working believe that. Okay. Marburg virus can spread to humans through contact of bodily fluids, much like the Ebola. As outbreaks in Europe and the U.S. have already shown, increasing globalization and international travel means that the risk for global spread is high. Of course it is. Especially when the incubation period could be up to 3 weeks. This could be disastrous given its high death rate. That's a new one. Never heard of that, man. Not yet. Yellow fever. Everybody's spreading yellow fever, right, Michael? So far, yellow fever has never been reported in Asia or the Western Pacific, but as Avian and Egypti is endemic in these regions, it would only take a few introductions by people traveling from Africa or South America for the virus to spread rapidly. You know they experiment on the African people a lot, you know?
Yeah, India too.
Yeah, India is very sick. Yeah, they count the vaccines over there. Yeah, screwing us in here. H5N1 sounds familiar, like H1N1, and H7N9 influenza. Since Spanish flu, there have been 3 pandemics, H2N2 and 56 to 57, H3N2 and 68, and H1N1 in 2009. Love the letters, H1N1. And before COVID-19, it was widely assumed that the next pandemic would be caused by influenza. The risk is high, particularly with 2 subtypes, H5N1 and H7N9. Boy, these names. And they have to have names for them so they can say, okay, this is what I did. I added this over this. Oh, this is good with Michael J. Chikungunya. Chikungunya has already been a pandemic, albeit one that didn't affect the global north. In 2004, a large outbreak in Kenya spilled out into the islands of the Indian Ocean and Asia and led to a pandemic that spanned several years and had more than 1 million cases. This means there is a growing possibility we could see another pandemic. Sure, why not? It happened a long time ago, but it could happen. Ebola. They tried to scare. Remember when they tried to scare me about it? Yeah. If the virus mutates in ways, they're allowed to spread via respiratory droplets, sort of like tuberculosis, I guess, as COVID-19 does. Yeah, not much coughing or stuff. That would increase the potential for it to spread more easily and become a pandemic threat. And last but not least,
the part of this disease is also too. So deadly that many governments classified as a bioterrorism threat and limit the laboratories that are allowed to culture and study it without And I think that's, yeah, just show some pictures for it. We'll send you the link for that.
I don't think the people are going to go for this time.
They're not already.
Yeah. I shall
Possibly like whatever.
Yeah. You do your and Calvin, your chocolate, put the mask back on. That's when I take mine off.
Oh, they did here too. They said you might want, I would not tell them because they know that you might want to do this. Yeah, right. Maybe I didn't want to do it in the first place. Okay.
Well, okay. Stop, Archie. What else we got today?
Okay, we have the plan, which is 31 minutes, which would be a good one to put in.
Yeah, stop. It's got together. Good cool tonight. The kind of another cabal. Stop cabal. Actually, this is not the right. No, not for these. That's
You don't play that yesterday.
Well, that's true. Vanguard. He's covering everything.
They are.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
You might say it's get attention this time. If you want to prepare for the next one, you might say get attention this time.
Ecstasy werkt al volgens heel veel weg. Je moet er tweede pandemie komen. Dat is het wat je al net zegt. Dan is de kans dat een tweede pandemie komt heel erg groot.
Ja, het is ontzettend zo. Dat is ook, het staat ook wel een deadline in het 10-jarige plan van de Wereldgezondheidsorganisatie. Het 10-jarige plan van de Wereldgezondheidsorganisatie. Daar stond ja, een grote infectiecrisis komen. Maar nou, dit was jaar 1. Dus,
then you will end up having more and more athletics and more disasters and accelerating global warming and climate change. So then you will end up having more and more athletics and more disasters.
one message that I want to leave with you today, based on my experience, and you'll see that in a moment, is that there's no question that there will be a challenge to the coming administration in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of already ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that. But also there will be a surprise outbreak. But also there will be a surprise outbreak. But also there will be a surprise outbreak. Severe pandemic. It's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. It's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together. Saying, hey, everyone in the world should get this new vaccine. We need to give it to anyone, yeah?
There must be some way there might be a need or even an urgent call for an entity of excitement out there that's completely disruptive, an entity of excitement out there that's completely disruptive, that's not beholden to bureaucratic streams and processes. But it is not too crazy to think that the outbreak of a novel living virus could occur in China somewhere. We could get the RNA sequence from that the outbreak of a novel living virus could occur in China somewhere.
And then you have one opportunity to do it right. In day one, it's so important. In day one, you start your communication with the press, with the people, and you have to do it right. And you have to go for one voice, one message. You have to be omnipresent the first day or the first days, so that you attract the media attention. You make an agreement with them. You will tell them all, and if they call, you will pick up the phone. You do that, and you can profit from these early days to get complete department coverage of the field, and they're not going to search for alternative voices there, and they're not going to search for alternative voices there. I use there Sir Donaldson's quote where he said that in the UK, by the peak of the epidemic, 40 people would die per day at the end of the summer. So 62 at that time million people in the UK, 40 deaths a day. I worked it out for Belgium. There would be 7 deaths a day at the peak of the epidemic. I used that in the media, 7 Belgian flu deaths per day at the peak of the epidemic would be realistic. And that is true in every year, even in the pandemic. It's very, very concerning. However, talking about it is important because when you say that, people say, wow, you need to die because of influenza, and it's a necessary step to take. And then, of course, a couple of days later, you have the first H1N1 in the country, and the scene was set and it was already talked about. The scene was set and it was already talked about. And you have to make who's going to be vaccinated first, and then women and children first, whatever. I mean, risk groups, they were important, and I misused the fact, and I misused the fact that the top of the soccer clubs in Belgium was being inappropriate and against all agreements, vaccinated their summer players priority people. So that I can use that, because if the population really believes that this vaccine is so desirable that even the soccer players would be supposed to get their vaccine, I said, okay, I can play with that, so I made a big fuss about it, and I can play with it, so I made a big fuss about it. This is how once it's raving mad, it might work, it might work.
No, you cannot last this whole world.
This is for your family's sake. That's I'm going to swab the inside of your mouth with this little Q-tip to have efficient airborne transmission. It causes high fever and respiratory distress. It's originated in China.
I'm authorizing an institute on everyone who's come in contact with a symptomatic person.
It's your virus.
I'm sorry, but there's no cure for that. It's an American cure.
Back, you damn fool. We started everyone on chloroquine. Stop the thing dead in its tracks.
I wish I was in free. The covering button.
behind the curtains, you see, okay, this medical story with COVID-19, we have the medical facts, it's scam, it's fake. So we need to ask who gets the benefit of this and who has got the power to create this fake. Well, and the target are you. You, the citizens, you, the economy. It's about the economy. So COVID-19 seems to be just the coverage story.
We will be looking at what contact tracing is like, and it will be about the needs to have a contact trace there.
Today is the first full day of the new world order. Outdoor gatherings are limited to 2 people. Exercise is allowed, but no further than 10 kilometre radius from home. Browsing shops is not permitted. Only 1 person per household may leave to do essential shopping. And from tomorrow, funerals are limited to 10 people. So you will have and that's just the way the new world order. The new world order.
In the future, simply to assume quarantined, and that's just the way it is going, except that this is the new world order.
Hello everybody, I'm Dr. Simone Gold. I'm a board-certified emergency physician and the founder of America's Frontline Doctors. I'm also a Stanford University educated attorney. And we've come back with some of my group to the second White Coat Summit. We're here to speak to America just like we did on July 27th. That's how we love the American people truth and hope and optimism. And we're here to give you more truth and more reason to be optimistic and to not live in fear. There continues to be a great deal of disinformation and outright censorship. Since the summit, the censorship unfortunately has gotten worse. Because of that, we've established a website, America's Frontline Doctors, where you can find the truth. The truth is not censored. We have contact with 87,000 nurses. They do not sponsor the vaccine. There's no reason for panic, also in medical practice. There's no reason for panic. The panic was created by these false positive PCR tests. 89% until 94% of those PCR tests are false positive. They don't test for the COVID-19, and also the rest is false negative. So we have to look at the new clinics. We have to start looking at clinics. Medical doctors have to stop looking at those tests. That's very important. Let's go back to the clinics and to the facts. Welcome everyone. My name is Professor Delisco, and it's my great honor to inform you that we have founded the World Freedom Alliance. And this is and will be a worldwide organization linking groups in all continents of the world and individual countries.
We will have a group of 20 countries from subfield in the world. So it is 4,000 workers using it in more than 20 countries that will take place. We are getting very big. We have even a commissioner of the human rights, from the Human Rights Commission, and professors from universities of international law. So they are very class ones, and it would be great to have more lawyers in there as well as doctors. So we need doctors and lawyers to welcome.
There you go.
Wow. I love that shit.
Let me say good morning to Mary Magdalene. I can't do it when I'm on the phone because your name I have to say it on. And everybody else do it.
You make you think after that, huh? So Mongol, she's still in the airplane, right? So,
Well, I thought she was the one, but she was one of you guys that got the plane crashed and put a part in there. Oh, that was...
right?
Okay. I don't know. It's one of the ones that were frontline doctors.
Simone, did you go to the rest of the university of professor like that?
I'm sure she's been arrested many times.
Caretaking, you can hear,
There you go.
how do you say it?
We got you. We did.
Make sure it's hot.
Or you guys that don't like to take the pathway. Take the capsule.
Oh, no, it might not be. It has to be hot. So we're going to the city rides to the thing. Yeah, that sucks, man. But you know what? I'm not thinking of doing markets. And she told me that. And she's scared of kids. So she wants something with kids. But she doesn't do something with anything like that.
Right. Have they arrested her, Michael J? I don't remember.
Yeah, oh my God. Do you remember what happened? You picked it up when there was a pandemic, right? But,
Yeah.
Nikki to be released. Great, got everything about her. A pandemic now,
Oh, okay.
it's about
it's heartbreaking, when you go from what they did to her, and just you did it. Well, she's a real guy with like a little...
Right, Alan. You're Alan.
He's an actor, offshore, Henry Waxman. I'm pretty good about his Henry Waxman, talking it. He's short. The house is like a little, like an angry, trial.
You know, he admitted that he's going to be investigated if the rest comes back to the house, cleans the house.
Oh,
I'll be investigated, but they can't get me on anything ever.
Let me tell you something, kids. We can't get him on anything. We might as well go to jail and fire ourselves. Are you kidding me?
That's so much.
She's the one that should have guessed, right? I'm trying to figure out today, I'm trying to see it. Maybe it's the singers still against the spot, maybe? Cardi B or Nicki Minaj or one of them. Anyway.
Yeah, which one was it? The one that they got, I don't know. She stood against it, yeah. Hey, that's a long shot. I think it was Nicki, I'm not sure.
Okay.
You want to show them what the CDC This is just short, but this is what they're putting out there, the CDC. He believes all the stupid.
Yeah, my name is just really sabotage.
Thank you for joining today's Director Deeper.
And it's snap.
COVID-19 vaccines are for children under 5. Just prevention from FDA, recommendation from CDC, 20 million children will be able to get vaccinated against COVID-19. I know many parents with very young children have been anticipating this day. We now know this is how rigorous scientific review that the vaccines available here in the United States can be used safely and effectively in children under 5. Vaccinating young children is a critical opportunity to protect them against hospitalization and death from COVID-19. Parents, I strongly encourage you to get your children vaccinated. If you have questions, talk to your child's provider to learn more about the benefits of this vaccine. We have taken another important step together in a fight against COVID-19 by making safe and effective vaccines available for our little ones. I hope all parents will take advantage of these life-saving vaccines and protect their children.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing.
It's killing my babies, you know? You know, it's righteous anger. Look at the way she's saying that. I'm not know.
What kind of fucking human being could do that? Maybe not human being.
Yeah,
the eyes equal the eyes never lie. My God, I just, and it gets very much into the kids even mental. I could sit there, well, I don't know, everybody talked about these people. God just gave them over to a little bit mind, because, they put out some line. I would go for it to be people are called about Tuxie and when they cross the line, they need to drink. And they never look back.
That's what I'm saying. Are they human or is there something else going on? Because, anybody that in any kind of soul, anything.
She did that.
Yeah, they did, but then they showed, I guess they're showing themselves something like that.
Amazing. Well, what are some goodies do you have?
All right, let's see. We got 35 minutes, right? Yeah. Let's see. We have the association between school math mandates and sorry. That's a little abstract you can read. It's not that long. You read the abstract. And then we'll send them the links to it. And let me get it over. Yeah,
Sometimes the kids, right?
yeah.
Association between school math mandates and SARS-CoV-2. Student substance school. From the actual experience of living kids and this kind of job. That's why I have a film that I can't say, kids say that it's really done with I have a friend who works at a medical city where it's supposed to go in the switch and this individual had contacted me because that was giving me all sorts of things. He was giving me information about citizens and said that they had 2 to 7 new bacteria viruses, not bacteria, infections from the kids in mass, in the hospital.
Yeah.
Kids at the hospital. Unbelievable. And when you see what you teach them, what you're teaching me. It's not just scary, it's just come back and she said that there's a lot more going on than just that she was already come back and we didn't get really sick wearing masks. So
They do.
I don't give a shit if Kevin stands on his head and he can get you out of the park to get people to live in that.
I'd like to do that.
President saying, well, I'm not going to put that shit on my baby. We have to talk about different guys. We try to stop and we try to get it done. Do the best I could with my baby, try to understand it. To take that pain. I got 17 before here. I was 2 on them. 2 for you. No, I did the right thing. He took it, she's a 5.5 years old. She called me. She called like this. She didn't be that satisfying. Yeah, the fucking needle's still there, but he never will try,
Oh, yeah, you're not going to die right away,
So what is this about? Your point is what? And she said, it was fine. I'm minding my arms, so like it does, so day 2, they died dead.
Really? Yeah, they died?
Yeah, really. Heart attack.
How old were they?
5.5 years old.
Oh, that's I think that. I think that's
And I looked up inside, my guts are bleeding internally, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go and see it maybe, so I mean, part of me wants to do that, but I can't do that. She was even totally ridiculed. Don't worry about that right now. I'm supposed to go to what the hell is this?
tell other people, educate.
Oh my God, I mean, you see, you guys are in a situation where tell somebody else to do it, and come back, but you know what happened? You want to check in the compassion of Jesus Christ when he's so overwhelming. When you see that, your eyes will be open, your heart will be open, and you'll have a place to go. Okay, go to that particular need. So I mean, I would not say one to get to it, not even. She didn't believe it. She's breathing. She walked away. I knew that thought, that sucks, And okay, moving it, okay. Yeah, it's still
I know it's mine's like that. There's still This is the abstract of the little thing about masks in Kansas school. There is still considerable debate about whether mask mandates in the K-12 school limit transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in children attending school. Randomized data about the effectiveness of mask mandates in children is still entirely lacking. Our study found that the unique natural experience of two adjacent K-12 schools that did that in Kansas, well, this is North Dakota. It is in Kansas City. In Florida, North Dakota, one which had a mask mandate and one which did not in the fall of 2021-2020 academic year. In the winter, both districts adopted a mask optional policy, allowing for a partial crossover study design. Yeah, they're doing their studies, I think. We observed no significant difference between student grades while the district had differing math policies, and 95% of children no longer had the same math policy. The IRRs across the two periods were also not significantly different. Our findings, we can go to the findings, because you don't understand all the scientific stuff we go to findings. Our findings contribute to a growing body of literature which suggests school-based math mandates have limited to no impact on the case rates of COVID-19 among K-12 students. We would have a lot of pieces with it that was fabulous. You can look at, there's a lot of scientific stuff. But that's good. They did it right. They did two schools. They had different things and no difference.
I'm sorry, but I can't type anymore. I'm trying to type premeditated, medicated, music, stuff like that. Appreciation dancing, you know. So what did you say? Did cream up one? I would get music say. Okay, music, I would tell them something. And then you hit the snake bar, and it changes the entire world.
I had to say it out loud, to be honest, but yeah, I think just,
okay,
we want to show them the one that we had the graphic oxide again, because
check it out, kids. You can with me with kids.
and we had this before, back when, now we'll leave it, and they can't find it, so it's, okay, wait a minute, let me get out of here. Okay, we're going to play this and play things, it's 12 minutes, and we'll show you the way. Okay, here we go.
Countering graphene oxide, the dangerous and undisclosed ingredient in COVID vaccines from the body. Graphene oxide, a substance that is poisonous to humans, has been found in the COVID-19 vaccines, in the water supply, in the air we breathe through chemtrails, and is even in our food supply. Graphene oxide interacts and is activated by electromagnetic frequencies, EMF, specifically the broader range of frequencies found in 5G, which can cause even more damage to our health. The symptoms of graphene oxide poisoning and EMF radiation sickness are similar to those symptoms described as COVID. The good news is, now that graphene oxide has been identified as a contaminant, there are ways to remove graphene oxide from our bodies and restore your health. This is a holistic approach of using several different methods simultaneously for the best effect, including specific supplements to degrade the graphene oxide in the body and controlling EMFs in the environment to minimize graphene oxide activation. This information comes from several sources and is based on scientific studies. Links are referenced below. Understanding glutathione is a substance made from the amino acids glycine, cysteine, and glutamic acid. It is produced naturally by the liver and involved in many processes in the body, including tissue building and repair, making chemicals and proteins needed in the body and for the immune system. We have a natural glutathione reserve in our bodies. This is what gives us a strong immune system. When glutathione levels are high in the body, we have no problems and our immune system functions well. But when the amount of graphene oxide in the body exceeds the amount of glutathione, it causes the collapse of the immune system and triggers a cytokine storm. The way that graphene oxide can rapidly grow to exceed glutathione in the body is by electronic excitation, meaning EMFs that bombard the graphene to oxidize it, which rapidly triggers the disease. At the age of 65, glutathione levels fall drastically in the body. This can explain why the population most affected by COVID-19 are the elderly. Glutathione levels are also very low in people with pre-existing conditions such as diabetes, obesity, etc. Likewise, glutathione levels are very high in infants, children, and athletes. This can explain why COVID-19 has not affected these people. Graphene oxide, when oxidized or activated by specific EMF frequencies, overruns the body's ability to create enough glutathione, which destroys the immune system and causes the illness. In events of illness, such as COVID symptoms and all the variants, it is necessary to raise glutathione levels in the body in order to cope with the toxin, graphene oxide, that has been introduced or electrically activated. I've seen the intubated COVID patients heal within hours when treated with glutathione and NAC. Example from Ricardo Delgado, who has seen clinical trials with hundreds of patients who were in the ICU, on a respirator and intubated, practically on the verge of death. With bilateral pneumonia caused by the spread of graphene oxide and subsequent 5G radiation in the lung plaques. Well, this diffuse stain in these patients is symmetrical, which would not happen with a biological agent since it would be rather asymmetrical, as for example when there is a pneumococcal infection, right? Well, in that case a diffuse stain usually appears in one part of the lung, but not in another, not in both symmetrically. So, when treated with glutathione via direct intravenous or even orally as well, or with N-acetylcysteine, NAC 600 milligrams or higher doses, people within hours began to recover their oxygen saturation. Ricardo Delgado, quintocolumnar N-acetylcysteine, NAC, is a supplement that causes the body to produce glutathione. It is known as the precursor to glutathione and causes the body to secrete glutathione endogenously, just as it does when you do sports intensely. NAC comes from the amino acid L-cysteine and is used by the body to build antioxidants. Antioxidants are vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients that protect and repair cells from damage. You can get NAC as a supplement or a prescription drug. Zinc in combination with NAC are essential antioxidants used to degrade graphene oxide. Ricardo Delgado states that with these two antioxidants, he has personally helped people affected by magnetism after inoculation. This is in people with 2 doses of Pfizer who have become magnetic, and after these supplements they no longer have this symptom. Other supplements that can be taken to assist in the removal of graphene oxide are astaxanthin, melatonin, milk thistle, quercetin, vitamin D3. For more information on these supplements for graphene oxide removal, please see this link. Understanding the connection between EMF, 5G, graphene oxide, hydrogels and COVID graphene oxide is activated by EMF, specifically the frequencies that are part of the 5G spectrum. All materials have what is known as an electronic absorption band. An absorption band is a range of wavelengths, frequencies or energies in the electromagnetic spectrum which are characteristic of a particular transition from initial to final state in a substance. This is a specific frequency above which a substance is excited and oxidizes very quickly. Frequencies beamed at human beings that have a buildup of graphene oxide in their body can cause the graphene oxide to multiply very rapidly, breaking the balance of glutathione and causing a cytokine storm in a matter of hours. Graphene oxide is the main ingredient in DARPA patented hydrogels. It is these hydrogels that are in the COVID injections, the PCR test swabs and the masks. A conductive hydrogel is a polymer-like material that has substantial qualities and applications. They are developing different kinds of conductive hydrogels that are being used in many things, in our food, our water, and injected into our bodies in vaccines. Conductive hydrogels contain nanotech that locks onto your DNA and can be controlled by 5G sensors. They allow for DNA collection and manipulation. Conductive hydrogels allow for tracking and tracing of human beings. There are thousands of peer-reviewed scientific studies and articles discussing conductive hydrogels. We put together a short list of some relative studies as backup documentation. Summary of hydrogel and quantum dot nanotechnology characteristics. Click to download. It is from these studies that we can summarize some of the characteristics of conductive hydrogels. Characteristics of conductive hydrogels. self-recoverability, electrical conductivity, transparency, freezing resistance, stretching, self-healing, stimuli responsiveness, which means it does certain things when 5G hits it, or other frequencies for that matter. We are surrounded in EMF radiation from cell phones, or mobile phones, TVs, and Wi-Fi. Many areas are also turning on 5G, and there have been investigations done showing the correlation between the 5G networks and the COVID outbreaks in an area. To best protect yourself from graphene oxide poisoning and the activation of graphene oxide in your body, it is necessary to do several things to limit your EMF exposure. Some suggestions on how to do this include: do not live in a city with a lot of towers if you can help it. Turn off your Wi-Fi at night and stay away from smart meters and other smart devices if at all possible. Another option is to use EMF protection products, such as organ energy devices, to help transform the EMF radiation to mitigate the harmful effects. Organ energy, EMF protection, and graphene oxide. Since graphene oxide is activated by EMF, you want to create a protective barrier in your immediate environment that mitigates the EMF so that it does not activate the graphene oxide. In the 1930s, a discovery was made that can be applied today to help with EMF protection. During a series of experiments, the late Dr. Wilhelm Reich discovered that living samples placed within containers made from alternating layers of steel and non-conductive organic material were able to harness healthy cosmic energy from the environment. He called this energy organ. These organ accumulators and had the ability to preserve blood samples for longer periods of time, sprout healthier plant seedlings, and provide pain relief for his patients who sat inside them. Today, instead of using sheets of steel and plastic, we use a composite made from a blend of iron oxide, steel, brass, shungite, and crystal powders encased in epoxy resin. The end result is a harmonizer that is able to transform the harmful wireless fields from cell towers, smart meters, smartphones, internet router, and your television into more beneficial energy for you and your plants and pets. The effects of this scientific phenomenon were replicated and well documented in studies done by the University of Pennsylvania and the Heraclitus Microscopic Research Laboratory. Striking resemblance of Reich blood test to recent graphene oxide EMF blood samples. The most striking study in light of recent discoveries of graphene oxide can be found in the Reich blood test performed by the Heraclitus Microscopic Research Laboratory. In this test, they show the effectiveness that organ energy has on the blood. They took 2 blood samples and put one in a control box and the other in an organ energy box. Over time, they took microscopic photos of the blood samples and witnessed that the organ energy sample was able to maintain its life force for a longer period of time. It was like a fountain of youth for blood. When a red blood cell has defects and starts to die, they can develop something called acanthocyte formation, where multiple spiky-like projections of varying lengths protrude from the cell. The pictures below show what it looks like when a blood cell dies. Reich experimental blood test, blood disintegration, decaying blood cells falling into what Dr. Reich called bions from the Reich blood test work done by Heraclitus Labs. https://youtube.biz/g8cpt7e organ energy blood test, the 30th of September 2020, 23 minutes. These slides above are showing the bionic disintegration of living and non-living matter. The healthier cell has a more solid membrane with a blue light around it. This blue light is actually the life force or aura of the cell. It is what Dr. Reich called organ energy. As the cell dies and disintegrates, the membrane wall forms spiky protrusions coming out of it. The graphene oxide-based nanoparticles used in the COVID injections is designed to penetrate the membrane of the cells in order to get the mRNA into them. This constant penetration of the cell membrane wall could be what is causing these membrane deformities. According to a laboratory guide to clinical hematology at the Open Education of Alberta, acanthocyte formation occurs as a result of either hereditary or acquired membrane defects. Defects that cause an imbalance between the membrane cholesterol and lipid content affect the RBC's ability to deform, resulting in more rigid plasma membrane. Now shown below are 3 photos taken from recent, updated the 1st of October 2021, blood work from Dr. Robert Young. His conclusion is that what we are seeing in these blood cells is from the effect of EMF radiation poisoning, graphene oxide poisoning. He calls the formation of the blood cell membranes the corona effect and the spike protein effect. Scanning and transmission electron microscopy reveals graphene oxide in COVID-19 vaccines. This looks identical to the behavior of the dying blood cells in the Reich blood test experiment. What we are seeing here are cells that have been poisoned and are dying. We also see the formation of the spike protein in the last slide. A striking discovery is found in the Reich blood test that shows how the organ energy devices slows down and stops this decay of blood cells. This is showing, at a cellular level, how the organ energy devices protect the human body from harmful EMF. The slide below shows the results of the Reich blood test. The sample on the left is the one that was inside the organ accumulator box. The rate of cell death and decay is 5%. The sample on the right is the one that was not in the organ accumulator box. The rate of decay is 50%. Clearly, the organ energy is doing something to help preserve the life force and health of the blood.
Interesting, huh?
Wow. You know, every time I hear this stuff, I'm grateful for the future. I believe the future. Hey, anytime the devil reminds you of your past, past you've remind him of his. Okay? Then remind him of his future. Speaking of our future, I don't know. I personally, I don't know how anybody could live through all of what's going on right now and what's coming up without an anchor in the fellowship of God and brethren. I don't know how. I picture that. I go, how could anybody? I have that. It's still not the easiest thing in the world, right? But without it, I can't even imagine. There's no place to really put your feet from the planet. And that's got to be tough for people. And they say, what? It's only 1%? Is that it? It's making all this noise? Barking like this? It's weird. I mean, what's his face? Gates of Hell. Didn't he just buy up another major chunk of farmland today? Was it yesterday? Did he? In Arkansas. How was he able to do that?
That's a good question, because what might live in Kansas?
Yeah, I mean, it pays buy from you. Like it's a farmer, right?
Well, yeah, and listen, I don't know how Arkansas is doing. I haven't heard.
Man, it's crazy. Hey, I did see Montana Cindy. Moving to Montana soon. What else you got, sweetie? We got 15
Well,
minutes.
We got 15 minutes. You want to do the honors or you want to go
ours, and then I'm going to read something here. It's our daddy, our heavenly Papa.
And you want me to pray?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I gotta get this one. It's gotta be set up right that way.
We got 2 minutes here, we got 48, so we'll squeeze it in.
Yeah.
Squeeze it in.
Let's see if we can get it up here. I'm going to get it over so we can see it. That's good enough.
My brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, so you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. Stand therefore, having girded your waist with truth, having put on the breastplate of righteousness, having having shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, with which you will be able to quench all of the fiery darts of the wicked one, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, being watchful to this end with all the perseverance and supplication for all the saints, and for me, that this may be given to me, that I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel, to which I am an ambassador in chains, and willfully so, that in it I may speak boldly as I ought to speak. Amen.
Heavenly Father, I'm just so thankful that we have your word to live. We have your word as a back, as our strength, because if we had to live in this world without it, I don't even want to think about it. You know, people are doing it and they don't know what they're doing. They're just going here, there, yonder. But we have the truth, God, and we stand on the truth. And sometimes we get a little off. We just need a little shove back onto it. And just like Billy Falcon said in his tune, Holy Fire. God, I just thank you for that fire in our hearts to serve man, to serve you. And God, I thank you for the knowledge that we share and that we have no fear. And we just go out and share it no matter what. Because there's nothing they can do to us more than kill us, I guess. But they, it's still our spirit lives. So God, I thank you for everyone in chat right now. I thank you for Michael J. and his love for you also, God. I lift everybody in the chat to you, and anything that's on their heart, any need, I lift to you, Thumper, with the death of his aunt. Will you just cover him, God? And so all these things, I thank you. Thank you for this day. Take care of us all, God. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. I love it when she prays. She's like a cat's teaching in her prayer. It's like I always get something out of that.
You gotta do it.
Beautiful. Great. The lady was great at that too. Lady prayer.
She has the sweetest voice. I don't have a sweet voice, but
Yeah, it drew me here, 45 years ago. I skipped it through and I heard this. I don't know what it was. I thought, what I thought it was, you guys? Honestly, I thought, shit. I just saw PSB. My dyslexia read PBS. I thought, about PBS is got.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And I heard, it was the morning hour, and I said, Tatiana was Tatiana. Man, she said, you were there, man. And then her was praying, and I'm like, whoa. She grabbed my attention, and then she prayed afterwards, and then that was it. And I was hooked after that. She hooked me in. And, yeah, I miss her too. Terribly. Well, God, I swear. It's Thursday, right? Tuesday, sorry.
No, what is today? It's Tuesday.
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 Okay. This is a really cool thing Paul says in 1 Corinthians. I've heard this before, but it's just, you can't get enough of this. It says, now I plead with you, bros and sisters, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that you speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions among you, but that you be perfectly joined together in the same mind and the same judgment or opinion. I just slip out my chair. For it has been declared to me concerning you, my brethren, by those of Chloe's household, that there are some contentions among you. It happens, doesn't it? The other day, it was yesterday, can't remember the guy's, Brent. Yeah, guy. At his show, there was a pretty interesting, it was actually really cool. The brethren, we were discussing the position of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, God, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Jesus Christ. And it was if any of you guys were there, I think it was really wonderful the way it was handled. Nobody made it personal. It started getting personal don't even tap back the line. We really was no duking out. It was just, and it reminded me of Paul in Acts. He was talking about, he says, about the believers in Berea, the area, speaking about these believers here are more global than those in Thessalonica in that they received the word with readiness of mind. Absolutely important. I just forget that part, Sky. I get to the juice of that verse, but I forget that first part. Wait. That's the most important part. Receive the word with readiness of mind. That means, I get that picture of Amy's her bird thing, and the bird with her bird mouth open, and that, and that's what I get in my mind when I think about readiness of mind to receive the word. Readiness of mind, and search the scriptures monthly. No, daily. Whether these things were so. And that's why Paul says these guys rock. Not that he's down in Thessalonica, believer, but he's just saying, look, he noticed that they're receiving the word with readiness of mind, and they search daily. But the key, and this is debating is okay. Disagreeing is okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh, by the way, doubting is okay. Oh, no, Mike, you can't say that. Oh, yes. Doubting, it doesn't have to be a negative thing, okay? Doubting is a mindset that puts you in questioning things, okay? I'm not sure about that, right? Okay, if you're not sure, then what are you going to do? Activate the brain. Think. And that's the beauty of that. And you really had a great, I think, Sky, you was there. I saw you, and I saw your name. And then you were gone, but it was
yeah, I was in there, but I was running around doing stuff. I have 4 of my grandkids over, and my daughter.
Well, I'm so proud of those people. I am so proud to be a part of that, because I have seen people fight over that in a violent way, okay? And let's not assume that we know it all. I know I don't. So the Berean believers, what did they do? They received, I believe that's the word Urbano, which means they received into manifestation. They were not passive in their reception. They received it and searched the scriptures daily. Thanks. 3 minutes to Wapner, sure. Crow, you were there, right, Crow? Remember when that bomb, was that kicking? Dude, was that kicking? I mean, it's okay that there was debate, it was okay with this, but the way everybody handled it, they were mature, and it was beautiful, man. It's nice to see that, so I really enjoyed that. So, and it's okay to do that, and we should continue that discussion. Like Crow said, I remember a comment, she said, this is overdue. We should talk this before. So, before I go, just one last thing here. That God has chose the foolish things of this world to confound the wise, and He's chosen the weak things of this world to shame those which are mighty. And the word foolish means simple. So anyway, it's a beautiful thing, because I fit into that category. How about you? Now we have 2 minutes left. Hope you enjoyed today.
I don't see them in here yet. So.
Okay, so I got Thomas Wednesday, right? So Friday, kids, anybody out there, we'll put a plug in for the military guys and vets and people. Friday, just put, even if you drop the chat, we'll put we'll keep our Gab number
and please, if you're a spouse or had been a spouse or a mother, anybody like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Aunt or Chris, don't you? I know, that's what I say. Aunt, I thought, we need another 3 hours. Hey, well, weren't you in service, Anto? I'd love to have Jeff with Code, because I know I can't. I know.
You're welcome.
If you ever, I'm not talking about anything, Jeff, but you're more than welcome, man. The floor is yours, babe. So anyway, we have 1 minute left. Yeah, I have been having fun.
I see the boss coming, so you're going out. And you gotta make it.
I don't think so for sure today. I think he's...
Yeah. Oh, he's here. He's here.
Oh, he is?
He just not set up. Yeah.
Okay, because then...
I'm just waiting.
Well, if he's not here, he's in trouble.
Uh-oh.
He's grounded in the room. All right.
Give me a minute to see if he's got set up for us before we get the chopper.
Cool. How you doing today? Soccer team,
Yeah, I think we're doing. Yeah, I'm doing great. Just doing some final packing and do the show, take the kids for the walk, and
I think it looked like you set up for.
I think Pam's ready.
Okay, cool. Let's get on the chopper.
All right, God bless you guys.
Yeah.
Michael Eagle is out there, and again, Patty J, Family Low, is in the house there. Good to see you. Rusty Fox over the barn. Good morning. How are you? And Shade 349 has checked in already this morning. Good morning, Walt. Good to see you this morning. And one day at a time, Mr. Gerardo, and let's see, Just the Pug. Good morning, Girl for Freedom. Good morning to you. Yes, it is Tuesday. Let me think of it for a second. It is Tuesday, July 19th. Boy, the stack of stuff is kind of interesting this morning, for sure. And Nancy Salty Beaver, good morning. And Patty J again, all right. Yes, thank you for that, Patty J. Yeah, the whole point is not to die and get home. Yeah, and have fun on the way. All right. I'm looking forward to it. It's the North Cascade Highway is an absolutely incredible road. You look up any reviews of that highway, and you'll see nothing but just glowing comments and remarks about the road, the vantage points, the mountains, everything. It's just going to be great. And it's going to be warm, so being up in the elevations is a good thing. Be a little bit cooler up there, so looking forward to that. And so, yeah, it's going to be a fun couple of days. So, with that said, though, how about we get this party started? Y'all ready? I'm ready. All right, let's get this thing up and queued up. And click the little buttons, and here we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and neighbors, patriots all. Get your coffee, get your donuts, get two scoops, get your sprinkles, get whatever it is you need, because we are going to kick the tires, light the fires, and roll this thing down the tracks. So, all aboard! We're having a computer issue.
You need both more on the sharp side. Head your way, sharp side.
should hang some antlers on there.
All right, Patriots, you see that flag? It's flying in that beautiful blue sky again today. Yes, we're going to have blue skies here today, that's for sure. If you would please put your hands on your hearts and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless these United States.
Place your hand over your hearts, remove your hats, and those of you who have previously served or are still currently serving in any branch of the United States Armed Forces are allowed by law and salute during our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red
still here. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of free and the home of brave. All right. Well, good morning to everybody, and yes, it is another wonderful day in the neighborhood here, and well, some interesting stuff in the news this morning. A couple of funny ones, a couple of interesting ones, and all that. And by the way, for those of you who are asking about the archived stream from last night, I fired the technician. Unfortunately, that technician is me, so I'll have to hire him back for the next show. But he forgot to start the stream for the Rumble channel last night. It happens. You know, what can I say? So anyway, it didn't get archived on my channel, and so well, it is what it is. Can't you know, can't go back and change that. But it should be on the PSP archive site. You can go over there and watch the show from there. It might not be labeled accurately there. There's been some issue with getting some of my shows to label correctly. Let's put it that way. You might have to pull one up and kind of scan through it to see if it's got the show on there. It would be between, it would either be labeled as my show or it might be on Amy's show. So. Let's see. Leo's doing advanced writing. Yeah. Did you see that? That was I tell you what. Yeah, we showed the annual motor officer rodeo. Basically, all these different motorcycle officers from around the country, different police stations, police departments, sheriff's departments, whatever. They have a big rodeo. And what those guys go through to train to be a motor officer is really very intense. And you have to appreciate those guys and the way they are, the way they can ride. And, you know, I have a retired sheriff's deputy friend of mine. He was chosen as part of the presidential escort team when one of the presidents showed up here in Spokane several years back. And if you ride in a presidential motorcade, that is another whole deal. Because the motorcade, the way it was told to me, the motorcade runs, you know, like if they're coming in from the airport or whatever, they run 60 miles an hour. Just, yeah, they just get it 60 miles an hour and stay there. And the motor officers that escort that from the local police departments, which it always is, they have to get out in front of the motorcade, you know, clear the traffic, clear the lane and everything, which means they have to stop and, you know, hold traffic and everything. And then as soon as the motorcade passes, they get on their bikes, and then they have to pass the motorcade and get out in front again. And they have a couple of teams that are hop, skipping, and jumping and doing this, you know. But in order to be in place where they need to be, they have to run twice as fast as the motorcade. So if the motorcade's doing 60 miles an hour, how fast are they going? Those guys are doing 120 miles an hour on those motorcycles to get out in front. and get far enough out front to be able to stop traffic, clear the way, and this just keeps going for as long as that motorcade is rolling down the highway. It's he said it's a whole other level of deal, and you don't it's serious business when you're escorting the President of the United States down the highway. And the 120 miles an hour. Can you imagine going? I've had the bike up near, well, let's see. The fastest I've gone is 103 for just a moment, just to get there to, kind of feel what it was like. But 120 miles an hour on a motorcycle. Down, regular streets. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great day. 25 miles per hour in the other direction for Biden. Them bikes would be shimmying big time, especially with the shield and all the fairings. Well, they got him set up to do it. Jeff says my Scout Speedo bounces 20 miles an hour over 110. Purple Tide says down 137 on the chopper. When it gets up to 130 miles an hour, that's some serious speed. Yeah. Did it in the Mini Cooper. I don't think I'll be doing it on a bike though. There's really no need. It's a touring bike. You don't tour at 120 miles an hour. Unless you're being chased by a storm or something, a tornado in Tornado Alley. You got to get out ahead of it. Yeah. Then I'd be going as fast as I could. Yeah. Anyway, good morning. Good to see everybody. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yes, that would be the day. And we have Banjo Bonnie out there, Angel Fire AC and everything. Well, let's get started here. Let's get started with the verse of the day. Get it on screen for everybody. That's a long one. Verse of the day. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate or mediate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. This is Joshua 1:8, King James Version of the Bible. All right. And let's see. Now let's get over to the 7-day forecast. We have clear skies. Yeah, beautiful blues, clear skies this morning. 54 degrees is the current temperature here at this location. We're headed for a high of 88 today. But I won't be here. I'll be someplace else. But currently at my location here at the house, it's 53 degrees. And nice and clear skies. Let's see here. Let's see humidity. Let's see. The humidity is 78% here. Wednesday, they're going to have 92 degrees here. Thursday, 92. That's the day I'll be getting back. Sometime Thursday afternoon. Friday looks like slight chance of showers, then sunny. 86 will be the temperature then. So looks for a really nice week. Summer is here. All right, let's go over and check the. No. Before we do that, we got to do the roll call and you guys report your weather. How's that? Let's do a real quick roll call and let us know what the weather's doing in your area. Jeff Whitcomb says 70. Will be toasty today in Grafton, New York. All right. And I drove up to 130 in my 62 Cadillac Coupe de Ville through our hardtop, baby blue and a banging engine. There you go. Yeah, definitely. Earth Garden Living says 59 degrees and sunshine in northwest Montana. It's going to be a hot summer day. Love it. And beautiful Kamano, 56 degrees, sunny and highs in the 70s today. San Antonio is 81 degrees, going to 104 for a high. Ugh. Humidity 77%. Barbara S says 75 in Rudderville, Tennessee. Family low, I put my full tempo on 2 wheels doing it as a teenager. Woohoo! Billy the Kid said that was a Kawasaki 700 that, okay, so what did Billy the Kid do on a 700 Kawasaki? Better make sure your wheels are balanced real good. Oh yeah, you definitely do that. Let's see here. Yeah. Anyway, okay. I'm getting too far behind here. Okay, south winds of Connecticut, 80, and going to 92, and sunny. Early bird 43, checking into that. Liberty 2020, that's Avery Island, Louisiana. Home of Tabasco, 92 degrees Fahrenheit. Look twice. Save Thumper's life. Yeah. 65 high at Arizona. We have Ronnie Anon checking in with a high of 104 degrees today, 79 now in San Antonio. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Ronnie. And Mr. Purple Tide checking in with 86. Too hot to drive that fast. Can only do it at night in Florida. Mr. Gerardo says 77 and bright and sunny in Chicago. Wyatt and Knox are checking in from the Sequoia Forest at 74 degrees, going up to 106 today. Ouchies. And not much hope for rain. And then you just have to hang in there, I guess. Either a nice stream close by, or maybe a kiddie pool or something. Nurse Net says 77 degrees. Northeast Ohio will be 89 today there. Old Bone, it's going to be 90 here in my part of New York. Very humid. M.N. Campbell's heat index nearing 100 in Minneapolis today. Ouch. And Gwen Stevens is 75 now, 106 later, going to stay inside today in Locust Grove, Oklahoma. I don't blame you. Gigi knows best. It's 103 in London. Oh, ouch. That's in London, 103. Ow. You guys got one of those heat domes over you? My goodness. Tone Capone 55, good morning. It's 73 here in Salt Lake City, 92 high expected. Excuse me. Corporate Freedom going up to high 80s with thunderstorms. I love it. We need the rain. Thank you, Jesus, says Corporate Freedom. And actually, this is so easy, making these guys off the list of voting today in Maryland. Most are talking about global warming, says Don New Day 777. Save today says 72 and cloudy over Rancho Calaveras, California. Texas Tommy says, good morning, Jumper. 82 degrees, headed up to 108-ish. Or who's counting? Oh, my. You guys are having a summer like we had last year. Oh, my goodness. That was terrible. Up to 95 and sunny in St. Louis. Show me Larry is checking in. Good morning, Larry. And Banjo Body, minus 20 in hospital. LOL. I'm okay. Just signs of heart issues. It's all good. Well, you know, keep the doctors honest, okay? Overcast, humid, high of 87 in Annapolis, Maryland. GTQ Coupe Quattro 90 S2 Turbo conversion hit 145 and accelerating before regaining my sanity. The Quattros, yeah. I have a friend of mine who has a shop that works on those cars, and he swears by them. He says they're faster than heck, and you know. Anyway, dawn of a new day, the Ukraine and the membrane. Thank you, Lord. Okay. Old Bone says 79 already, 9:30 a.m. And Knox Patriot, good morning, Thumper, and fellow Patriots, mostly cloudy here in Carlsbad, New Mexico. Our high will be 107. Got Lexus 400 to 110. There you go. Germany won't have heat during the winter. Yeah, it's not looking good. Pioneer 1 says Sedonia, current temperature 77 degrees. Today's high will be 100. And Michelle 80 now, 100 later in Kansas City. Tank slapping is no fun at high speeds. Yeah, don't want to be doing that. Ronald Foose, a high for Arizona today. Dang hot. Okay, that works. 79 and 70 in Stacy, Minnesota, headed up to 93. Hot and hotter here in Tonto Basin, Arizona. Low 88, high at 111 degrees where we go on, we go off. And that would be our good friend Rage Rick. Dr. Christian there. And to Chris, 83 degrees Fahrenheit, relative humidity 84, Palm Bay, Florida. Mosquitoes, love me, no chemtrails. And family low 79 in Central North Carolina, headed to 90 today. To just a skeeter trap for us outside today. There. That's no fun. 78 in Cleveland this morning, going into the high 80s. Sun and sun and sun. And there you go. You know, get some of that good natural vitamin D3. Vitamin D from the sun. Yeah. On 95, partly cloudy early, followed by scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. High 92 degrees, wind to the southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour, chance of rain 50%. Lake Mary, Florida. And let's see, Corporate Freedom. Old mosquitoes have been terrible. Haven't they? We haven't. I've seen maybe 4 mosquitoes so far this year. And Patty J says 63 in Helen, Montana. Sunshine and high of 90 there. Oliver Twisted Smokes, sunshine in Cali, 90 degrees and 100% chance of river today. There you go, yeah. Yanamar, good morning, Thumper. 85 on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. 81 was overnight. Low, we'll get to upper 90s. Hot and hot. Infidel, 45-17, nice summer. Swell, Newport Beach, 56th Street in California. Central Texas, suspended at 79 for 4 days already. Okay. And 88 in the East Valley of Phoenix, Arizona, and climbing. Like the silver and gold mark. Okay. Zoltan Advance says Half Moon Bay, 54, cloudy mist, red bite. You saw it on Saturday, 165 stock. I ain't looking at the speedometer at over 100 miles an hour. Roads more important. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. 91 today, scattered rain in Orlando. And best to stay inside in front of the computer, says Anthochrist. And Smella Lawland says it's hot here, Thumper, 85 and climbing, mostly sunny, northern central Florida. Let's see, it's only one day. Trying not to freak out. Global warming. It's going to be 80s throughout all as well in London. Yeah, there you go. Soon they can kiss my ass provided the sun shines. Thick indoors. 3.5 here in Yorkshire, UK. 35.5 degrees, I guess. And, or Celsius. Something like that, okay. Oh no, it's going to be super hot. Get an electric car. Lower temps. Honey, we can't watch TV. There's no sun out. 40 here in Chesterfield, UK. Allison, 78, 71. Good morning. And Grand Touring Quattro. What did you think Q stand for? Oh, yeah. 74 in South Bend, Indiana. Twin Crier. And let's see what else. 109 in Borgio Springs, California. Cooling off. Well, if that's cooling off, our statute limitations. Of course, you know, I had access to special places. GNR 89 headed to 112, 37 degree, 37% humidity near the Air Force Base. Let's see what else we have here. All right. C4 is checking in over in the Vaughn with weather for Sugarland, Texas, 85 degrees. Feels like 95, 75% humidity. And southwest wind at 10 miles per hour. Conditions there are sunny. And Shade Tree 49 is checking in with 48 degrees in Republic, Washington, way up north, and expecting 86 there today. Crafty Fox is 75, going to 86. Sunny in western Pennsylvania. All right. I think we pretty much got everybody. If the Bueller bus shows up, well, just chime in when they get here, you know. But let's go over and check out the metals and markets. Okay. Currently, the metals are, well, let's just start with gold. Gold is at $1,707.27. It's off by $4.92 on the day. Silver is at $18.71 an ounce. It is up a whole quarter, 25 cents on the day. And so we'll see what happens there. On the markets, well, here's what we got. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is at $31,325.32. That's up by $252.72. The S&P 500 is at $3,871.73. It is up $40.88 on the day. The NASDAQ is at $11,463.99. It is up by $103.95. And oil is off by $1.07, putting it at $101.56 for each and every barrel of oil. Okay, so and that's been kind of adjusting around. So subject to change at a moment's notice. All right. Well, that takes care of the roll call and the metals and the markets report for this morning. That would be Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. Yes. All right. Let's get into some news, and we'll get things rolling here. Kind of come to those articles. I see the Dynamics dropped a note in here. All right. Yeah. Well, you know, there's an article here. They're saying not surprised at the lack of media coverage on the mall shooting in Indiana because he was stopped by a good guy with a gun. So you had an average citizen there who, had a firearm, knew how to use it, and dropped the guy before he was able to, create any bigger problems than the problems he had already created. So it takes their narrative away, see? When you have a good guy with a gun, takes out the bad guy. Stops their narrative cold. Let's go over here. Because I've got a corresponding story that goes with this. Late show staffers arrested at Capitol will not be prosecuted. Washington prosecutors announced on Monday that the Late Show with Stephen Colbert staffers who were arrested in the Capitol complex last month won't face prosecution. In a statement, the U.S. Attorney's Office said that the 9 Late Show employees were invited into the building by congressional staffers to conduct interviews and were never officially asked to leave the premises. The Capitol Police did tell them that they were supposed to have an escort. What is with this crap? Jeez, I hate these websites that just dump crap all over your screen. Crying out loud. After a comprehensive review of all the evidence and the relevant legal authority, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia has determined that it cannot move forward with misdemeanor charges of unlawful entry against 9 individuals who were arrested on June 16th, 2022 at the Longworth office building in San Diego. The office would be required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these invited guests were guilty of the crime of unlawful entry because their escort chose to leave them unattended. We do not believe it is probable that the office will be able to obtain and sustain convictions on these charges, it concluded, adding that the individuals will no longer have to appear in court later this month. Well, maybe they could just show up down at the gulag, and check in and be harassed for the next 6 to 8, 10, 12 months. Kind of like, why not? I guess it's good enough for the Jan Sixers. Why isn't it good for Colbert's staff? I mean, the Jan Sixers. Who unlocked the doors? I mean, seriously, who unlocked the front doors? When you unlock the door and allow it to be opened, if people don't know any better, you would say, yeah, we were invited in. It is, you see, I think they're probably using the idea that it's a federal enclave. It's a foreign country, and it really isn't the people's house. It's a corporate monstrosity, masquerading as your house, but it's not. But they'll tell you that, but you still have to, sign over your first male-born child if you want to go inside. Which they would be more than happy to arrange for you. The do not believe it is probable that the office could obtain. Okay, in a separate statement, Capitol Police said they were informed that the case would not be moving forward and that we respect the decision that office has made. Of course they will. The 9 individuals have been charged with unlawful entry on June 16th after Capitol Police received calls of a disturbance at the Longworth House office building. Colbert had defended his crew on air after the incident, saying they were guilty of only hijinks with intent to goof. Yeah. Let's make light of it. Let's make fun of it. While there's a whole bunch of Jam Sixers, being held illegally, and with no right to a speedy trial or anything like that, or and whether it's a speedy trial or not, it wouldn't be a fair one, that's for sure, because it's all a big scam. The Capitol Police are much more cautious than they were, say, 18 months ago, and for a very good reason. If you don't know what that reason is, I know which news network you watch, he said at the time. The Hill has reached out to CBS for comment. So Colbert and his crew are just, they're giggling and thumbing their noses at the J6ers, which is, really pretty despicable, if you ask me. These people don't have any, no remorse, no nothing. And, so anyway, that takes care of that story. Let me get you a link to it. Yeah, there's another story coming up that dovetails with this. We'll get to it here in a little bit. Okay. The next little jewel on the stack of stuff here this morning, more than 100 Florida churches file a lawsuit to leave United Methodist Church. More than 100 churches are suing the Florida Annual Conference of the United Methodist Church to immediately disaffiliate from the denomination. The lawsuit comes amid a slow-moving schism in the United Methodist Church, largely over the ordination and marriage of its LGBTQ members. And, according to the head of a new theologically conservative Methodist denomination that recently split from the United Methodist Church, it likely won't be the last. Florida is the worst of what I would anticipate might be a number of similar lawsuits occurring, said Keith Boyette, Transitional Connectional Coordinating Officer of the Conservative Global Methodist Church. That's a title. Where do they come up with these titles? For crying out loud. In the lawsuit filed Thursday, July 14th in Bradford County, Florida by the National Center for Life and Liberty, 106 churches alleged the requirements for disaffiliation approved by a special session of the United Methodist Church's General Conference are onerous and in many cases prohibitive. The disaffiliation plan allows churches wishing to leave the denomination over its stance on sexuality to take their properties with them through 2023 after paying apportionments and pension liabilities. It was added to the Book of Discipline by the General Conference delegates in 2019, alongside legislation called the Traditional Plan that strengthened the denomination's language barring the ordination and marriage, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, one guess of LGBTQ United Methodists. And so we're just going to go around that. Doesn't matter what the rules say, it's what we want to do now. That's what matters. Come on. Okay. There's a link to that article. You can always tell the big libtard websites, they're the ones that just throw all kinds of crap up on the screen. If they're not behind some paywall. And this it's in my feed like 3 different times because there's several different people who posted it. Trans Biden official wants to empower kids to get sex changes. Oh yeah. Assistant Secretary for Health Rachel Levine, said transgender youths need to be empowered to get gender affirmation treatment on MSNBC on Monday. Levine, who is a transgender, said transgender youths are threatened by mental health issues, bullying, and political attacks, and that treatment of these youths should affirm their perceived gender identity and empower them to get sex change treatments. Of course, this person is absolutely off the rocker. We can skip this ad in one, close ad.
I want to ask you also about transgender Americans, because you're the first openly transgender official confirmed by the United States Senate. In a recent op-ed, you urged people to base medical decisions and public statements on real data and compassion rather than slander. And you spoke to trans youth in Florida recently. Tell us what you told them.
Well, trans youth are vulnerable, and they suffer significant harassment and bullying, sometimes in schools or in their community. They have more mental health issues, but there's nothing inherent with being transgender or gender diverse, which would predispose youth to depression or anxiety. It is that harassment and bullying. Now they're suffering politically motivated attacks through state actions against these vulnerable transgender youth. This is not based upon data. These actions are politically motivated, and so we really want to base our treatment and to affirm and to support and empower these youth, not to limit their participation in activities, sports, and even limit their ability to get gender affirmation treatment in their state.
You chose Florida, of course, home of the Don't Say Gay bill, of course, which has been notably restrictive.
So that is correct. The studies show from the Trevor Project that all it takes is one supportive adult to make all the difference for an LGBTQI plus youth, transgender youth, in terms of their risk of depression and suicide. One supportive adult. That often is a teacher or a school personnel, and the Don't Say Gay bill is very damaging to their health.
Well, there you have it. And he is an expert. So we really want to base our treatment and to affirm and to support and empower these youth, not to limit their participation in activities and sports, and even limit their ability to get gender affirmation treatment in their state. Levine told MSNBC host Andrea Mitchell. Previously endorsed Biden's June 15th executive order expanding access to sex change treatments for children, and said there is no debate within the medical community about whether children who believe they are transgender should receive sex change treatments. You want to probably guess where most of the medical industry, in spite of the fact that they are whacked out, but I would say not all of them really think this is a good idea. They probably have kids of their own and going, are you kidding me? Rachel Levine, just another hack in the Biden administration. Yeah. Selling snake oil. Okay. And put that link out there in the chat for y'all. Alright. Yeah, let's see. Come on. Let's go. Antifa put in full retreat by bikers. They try another city, but soon hear the rumble of motorcycles. Antifa can be readily relied upon to pick on those who are unable to defend themselves. Whether it be elderly citizens, innocent protesters, or local business owners, typically Antifa isn't met with much resistance. Well, that story changed on Saturday when a group of Antifa extremists made a big mistake. This time, they attempted to victimize a group that had no qualms about fighting back. Salem hashtag Antifa member Clifford Philip Eifler Rodriguez, convicted fraudster, is one of the organizers of today's direct action against the honky tonk bar. He was previously arrested arrested at a violent protest last year where he allegedly hit a female officer. Oh, he's a brave guy. We have called off their attack on the Honky Tonk Bar in Salem, Oregon, after being met by a group who was prepared for them. Antifa are calling for reinforcements to instead go to Gladstone, Oregon, where they're planning on another attack. All right. According to the Post-Millennial, members of Antifa attempted to shut down Honky Tonk Bar in Salem, Oregon, through the use of a direct action. This was indeed a band of dangerous people. One member of the Antifa crowd was Clifford Eifler Rodriguez, a man previously arrested for allegedly assaulting a female police officer at a violent single protest on August 10, 2021. When Antifa gathered to attack participants of a street church protest outside Planned Parenthood, the Post-Millennial reported. However, the crowd at Honky Tonk was a bit rougher than the pro-life activists one would find in a church congregation. The bar is known for being frequented by bikers. When the Antifa members' direct action began, many such bikers came out to greet the masked Antifa members. Oh, crap. The exchange ended with embarrassing defeat. The Post-Millennials editor-at-large, Andy Rowe, posted a video of the exchange on his Twitter account. Warning, the following video contains vulgar language that some viewers may find offensive. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, here's the video. Yeah. If you kick enough hornet's nests, eventually you're going to get stung. Antifa learned that the hard way. Unfortunately for far-left extremists, this exchange may not be the end of their trouble. Various Oregon-based motorcycle clubs are now teaming up against the group. The confrontation appears to have now ignited a feud between Antifa and members of various Oregon motorcycle clubs, the Post-Millennial reported. Hopefully these guys will think twice before taking on another biker bar. This article appeared originally on the Western Journal. All right, so yeah. I mean, that's just dumb. That's just really kind of dumb. They're just asking for trouble. Yeah. But I guess, you know, they had something they had to prove, and they obviously proved that they got no brains. They're not brave, they're stupid. That's just something, it's just not recommended, all right? Just not recommended. So, anyway, go bikers, yeah. You know, as you know, go around, and I meet a lot of different people, bikers, you know, to different stops and things like that. You know, it's just it's a group you just don't, you show respect for. And most of them will show that respect in return. All right. It's still like any other group of people. You're going to have your really, you know, bad apples, but for the most part, most bikers, they just want to enjoy the day out on their bikes for the most part, and are not looking for trouble. Whereas these guys are going around looking for trouble. Zoltan Bass says, Hell Angels will body bag lots of Antifa pussies. They don't mess around here. Yeah. Yeah, you get with the one percenters. And, you know, those are groups that you definitely don't cross them. And if you think you're in a bad situation, you leave. Just, you know, quietly leave. Go someplace else. That's the best way to avoid those kind of things. And, yeah, those, yeah, they're going to be percenters. These guys don't know that. They may, I don't know. But still, it's just, it's don't mess with. This one here, this is kind of funny. Place where Biden face planted off bike is named Brandon Falls on Google Maps. The place where Joe. Biden face planted into the concrete falling off his bike last month has been named as Brandon Falls. Where do you see it? It's Brandon Falls. Someone has managed to place it in the Delaware. Let's go Brandon chant, which is an issue that the White House claimed that NASCAR fans were not chanting Joe Biden when they totally were. At time of writing, Brandon Falls is still listed as a historical landmark on Google Maps. So yeah, there's Brandon Falls. Search Brandon Falls on Google Maps, and this is what you get. Marked right there. All right. So Brandon Falls map shows new historical landmark, Brandon Falls. Is this a good place for falling off your bike while shaking hands with your sycophants? There's nowhere better. People are ruthless. Love it. How long will Google until Google removes it? I'm surprised it's still up. No, we'll see. And somebody says, "We did it, Joe! Brandon Falls is officially an historical landmark." Oh man, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's hilarious. Okay, so yeah, I'll get you guys a link to this. Okay, there's the link. Alright. Next on the stack of stuff here is this little Google. America just bailed out a bunch of pensions at taxpayers' expense. Unnoticed by most taxpayers and touted as good news was the fact that we, the taxpayers of America, stepped up to the plate and bailed out hundreds of failing pensions. Much of this took place without the average citizen even knowing it occurred. Of course, why would they want to tell us? We're just the sheep. Buried deep in the American Rescue Plan, signed into law by President Biden in March 2021, was a provision mandating the government to bail out ailing multi-employer pension plans. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 was the $1.9 trillion economic stimulus package proposed by President Joe Biden to speed up the United States recovery from COVID-19. The huge bill was passed with little time for debate or even to be read. All under the idea Congress needed to take action to address the economic and health effects of the pandemic and the ongoing recession. While how this provision to assist troubled pensions has been addressed did not get a great deal of airtime, it may prove to be far more costly than predicted. People are often led to believe pensions are a promise carved in stone. However, when the money is not there, pensions and promises will be broken, so pensioners should prepare for the pain. This is especially true in the public sector, which has a history of granting pensions that are unheard of in the private sector. The 25 largest U.S. public pensions face trillions in unfunded liabilities. If Americans took the time to stand back and look at the bigger picture, they will see the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, the PBGC, an independent agency of the United States government, How can it be an independent agency of the United States government? Something wrong with that. I mean, one says I'm not, the other part of it says it is. Because it's of the United States government. Responsible for acting as the nation's safety net for failed pensions is also in trouble. When a pension fails, this agency is expected to take control of its assets and dole them out to its pensioners in the coming years. The ugly truth is the PBGC is not a rock, but is in need of its own bailout. Joshua Gottman, Former head of the PBGC from 2010 to 2014 voiced his unhappiness with Washington leaders failing to confront this reality when he said no one wants to admit that pension benefits have to be cut. And therefore, in public, no one wants to be seen supporting anything that cuts benefits. However, unless some benefits are cut, all are cut. It is likely the future will prove him right. We are only beginning to see the tip of the iceberg, and when it comes to this growing problem and just how many of these schemes are underfunded, this is not just a problem only in America, but it exists all over the world. They just keep stealing the money. They can't keep their fingers out of the till. Why would you get, there's these people, they will steal from their grandma and then steal some more from the great grandma. They have a sticky finger problem. Yeah, they can't resist. Recently, while speaking in Cleveland, Biden used the occasion to announce the agreement to implement a financial assistance program for multi-employer pension plans. In a speech where he was joined by union workers and retirees, President Joe Biden said, "We turned a promise broken into a promise kept." Adding to the cost of this bailout, Biden bragged retirees who lost their benefits will have them restored retroactively. Under the American Rescue Plan, underfunded military employer multi-employer plans were allowed to apply for tax-funded assistance to help them stabilize their finances and restore benefits that were previously cut. The current solution allows plans to invest a portion of their financial assistance funds in higher return assets. This modification in the rule final situation assistance can remain solvent and pay full benefits through at least 2051. The rules now allow plans to invest up to 1/3 of their financial assistance funds in higher return assets and stocks rather than in safer investment grade bonds. To be clear, this is a bailout, and it could be argued that it also allows them to mismanage the funds and get into trouble again. Yes, and they will, because they always do. It's what they do. So, yeah. And as the interest rates change and the economy becomes more and more obviously tanking, I don't know how it can be more obvious than it is now, but if you have a lot of people out there with blinders on, not willing to admit it, they're not going to. And therefore, you're dealing with misinformation and disinformation, denying you the opportunity to address what's going on and possibly, save a little bit of your retirement before it all dwindles away from you in the blink of an eye as the stock market slowly collapses and the Federal Reserve starts raising interest rates again, coming to a theater near you very soon. And for the American Rescue Plan, over 200 of the nearly 1,400 multi-employer plans are facing near-term insolvency. This threatens to leave 2 to 3 million participants without their full earned benefits. These multi-employer pension plans were created through agreements between unions and 2 or more employers and cover nearly 11 million participants, many of them in industries such as construction, trucking, and manufacturing. And 1 in 3 Americans has 0 saved for retirement. What do you know? Why do you think that is? I have my ideas. I mean, if you were watching closely, they would spend. Yeah, I mean, they've been talking about the clock watch. It's actually a cardboard crayon box. No good for any security at all, and they've been draining these accounts for other stuff. Only certain people have been getting paid off from these accounts. Others were, paperwork slowdowns, all kinds of things. Anyway, and I was reading the article the other day in a big map that depicts the places where these retirement accounts are. Anyway, the new 33 limited stocks and higher return investments is intended to allow clients to grow their financial assistance funds increasing their ability to pay benefits to 2051. The so-called financial assistance program also extends to 2055. The solvency of the PBGC's multi-employer insurance program, which was previously expected to run out of money in 2050. They're out of money already. They don't have any money. It's all just a freaking, an empty promise. Okay? And, if you want further proof or problems, economically, U.S. home builders abandoned single families in June as they braced for rate shock. With home builder sentiment collapsing at its fastest rate on record in July, what could be forgiven for thinking these same home builders would have been slowing building starts and permit applications in June, but analysts expected improvement in June from May's ugliness. Both starts and permits dropped in June, down 2.0% month on month. And I gotta wait for my screen. Okay, the screen came back. And minus 0.6% month on month, respectively. Starts below expectations, and that's permits above expectations, and still down. So, it's just another one of the indicators that our economy is headed for the rocks. And, so what are you going to do? Next story on the stack of stuff here. This is what happened to U.S. workers. Socialist Democrats are paying people to stay home while destroying the economy. Well, they did this back in 2008 too. They raised the rates that would be paid on unemployment, extended the time frame that you could get unemployment benefits by several months, and people could sit at home and do nothing, and they could make more money sitting at home than they could taking their old job back. Go figure. This time, they may not have a choice. For the past few years, after COVID, something very strange happened. The small businesses couldn't find workers after being shut down and destroyed financially. This occurred across the nation. If you drove through a drive-through across the country, the lines are long, and the circle to do the work. You may have asked yourself, like I did, where are the workers? Before COVID-19, employment was high, as well as wages. Then comes COVID, and the workers disappeared. TGB reported on this previously, commenting on the VS job numbers. Biden was claiming unemployment was very low, while everywhere you looked, there were no workers, and the number of individuals in the job force hadn't changed materially since before insane COVID-19 lockdowns. Nice depiction of McDonald's there. Finally, we have confirmation that TGP wrote about back in January, Americans are being paid to stay at home. Larry Kudlow was on with me where he discussed his change in policy that is in place today. The Democrats are paying people to stay home. They changed long-lasting policies to do so. At the 28-minute mark in the video below, Kudlow shares what you say is right. They jammed down a $200 trillion spending bill against the advice, by the way, of even some leading Democrat economists who warned them about inflationary impact, not just conservatives like us. The other thing is I want to mention when I add to that witch's brew you described, they removed work requirements from the federal assistance plans. So now you have a position where people are getting paid not to work with no penalties, and they destroyed the welfare reform of 25 years ago, which was so successful. Once again, the Democrat policies are destroying our nation. So, yeah. And I'm going to give you a link to that.
Okay. I think I'm okay.
You have to go too.
I don't know if it's my mouse or what, but... actually click in the text box more than halfway to the right of the center of the click box, or else it won't give you the menu to paste. I know that sucks, but efficiency and speed and accuracy is what we go for here at Straight Shooting Show. Yes, sir. In spite of anything you might have heard.
I forgot I got the training thing at the later.
15 minutes. Take a quick break and we're gonna take a quick break and I'll be back here in a couple of minutes. And cup of hot coffee, and we'll dive back into those interesting items I still have in the snack stock. All right. Let's see. Oh, here we are. This is a good song. Express. Reserve, yeah. Extreme Soldiers. We have Hang on Empty.
Daisy, she said he would like to open the fridge. Please. You are not about to turn on. That's good. Oh, what? That's me, Mari. What's this? No, you can't climb on. Heights. You don't walk.